So, good morning to everybody around the world, depending on what part of the world you're at and whether it's morning or not. But it is a good morning here in sunny California, Sacramento, California to be exact. So, we got an interesting discussion to talk about. Now, obviously, coming off of a loss with Tyson Fury, he did really great in his fight against Alexander Usyk. It wasn't enough. You know who else did great against Alexander Usyk? It was Anthony Joshua. So, what does that mean? What does that mean that he lost twice to Anthony Joshua? Anthony Joshua lost twice to Usyk, and Tyson Fury also lost twice to Alexander Usyk. Well, I'll tell you what that means. What that means is that these two gentlemen right here, okay, are the better versions of themselves. I swear to you, they are the better versions of themselves. Alexander Usyk made that happen. You see, what Alexander Usyk did was create a haven in the heavyweight division where everybody had to rise to the occasion. Okay, there, like you could not have any holes in your game when you're taking on somebody like Alexander Usyk. This is a type of opponent that neither Anthony Joshua or Tyson Fury have had to face in a long time, right? You see, there's other opponents out there for Anthony Joshua and for Tyson Fury where they can get away with mistakes. They can get away with being just average, right? They can get away with just being, how do I say this? Be level. They can get away with that. You see, with Alexander Usyk, you got to have your whole full game intact, right? And that is literally what Alexander Usyk has brought on with Anthony Joshua and with Tyson Fury. So, what is positive about all of this, right? We're going to get an even better version of Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury. You see, what we have with Alexander Usyk is somebody who sort of spoiled the party for everybody. Okay, he spoiled the party for everybody. For a long time, we thought that, hey, you know what? It's Anthony Joshua, Deontay Wilder, and Tyson Fury. And then somewhere down the line, there was Klitschko in there, but he was on his way out. And these were the heavyweight matchups that we wanted to see. We saw about maybe 75% of that. We got Fury and Wilder. We got Alexander Usyk, but Alexander Usyk was the guy that nobody knew, nobody wanted to fight, and nobody would think that would amount to anything, right? We're talking about Alexander Usyk. They never thought he would amount to anything. Now he's at the top of the mountain. But while he's at the top of the mountain, he created a heavyweight division that is on a completely high level than it ever has before, if not probably in its whole entire history of the sport. So now that these two guys are coming off of a loss, one from Daniel Dubois, a serious knockout, and one from Alexander Usyk, points by Tyson Fury, while both of them both spent maybe a total of 48 rounds together with Alexander Usyk. I got to tell you, this fight is going to be a whole lot better than what it would originally have been. Now, the original aspect of this fight was that, okay, Anthony Joshua was the lineal champion. After defeating Deontay Wilder, Tyson Fury was a WBC champion, and they just had to pretty much put it all together. But now that's not the case, because obviously Alexander Usyk is the guy that everybody is gunning for right now. Everybody's gunning for Alexander Usyk. But he was the guy that nobody really expected would have been on top right here. Nobody would have expected that. But the fact that this fight with Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury is less prestigious, at the same time, it's also a lot more competitive. So that's the main thing that I want to emphasize. It is a lot more competitive, but it is also less prestigious because there's no belts on the line. They all lost it to Usyk. So that's sort of the bottom line of this whole entire matchup. Uh, but where does Alexander Usyk go from here? I saw a video with Hatman Strikes Back. By the way, shout out to Hatman Strikes Back. I'm going to play this video regarding Alexander Usyk, okay, to sort of get well, okay, before I get to Alexander Usyk, okay, yeah, let's get to Alexander Usyk first, to this video. Let's get to the Alexander Usyk video first. Let's see here. Okay, right here. Let's do this.
Hey, sorry for interrupting. Isn't that annoying? What if I told you there was a way to get rid of ads like this forever? It's called...
Now, you guys know my position on Alexander Usyk. I think he should retire at the top right now. I don't think he should carry on at the age of nearly 38. But so many fighters over the years will describe boxing as a drug. It's addictive. And this causes them to carry on well past their sell-by date. But what exactly are...
That is true. A lot of people do fight a whole lot longer than they should. Khabib is an example of that. A lot of people are saying that, well, actually, he's an opposite example of that, is what I meant to say. A lot of people are sort of downing the idea that, hey, you know what, you retired too early. The reality of that is you want to see him stay long enough so that he gets his butt whooped. That's really what it comes down to.
Are they addicted to? Because in my opinion, not all fighters are addicted to the same thing. And also, the thing that they are addicted to about boxing can...
Yeah, he's definitely right about that. Not all fighters are addicted to the same thing. You got to ask yourself, what exactly would Conor McGregor be addicted to, right? Other than the limelight or winning double championship belts.
Change over time. In this instance, I'm more focusing on what fighters are addicted to in the back end of their careers. Now, for some of them, they'll primarily be addicted to the money. For others, as well as the money, they'll be addicted to the glory, the adulation from the fans, the pats on the back, the feeling of euphoria when their hand gets raised after a fight, etc. I think most fighters are addicted to a combination of one of those two things by the back end of their career. At that stage of their career, I don't think that many of them are really addicted to the training anymore. When they were young men, they may have been addicted to the training, but most of them, when they reach mid-late 30s, the training's more of a chore than anything. But then there are some fighters, and I think it's a tiny minority of them, who may like the money, who may like the adulation, the plaudits, and so on, but more than anything, they're addicted to the challenge. So understand the personality type. We're talking about a personality type.
So this is really interesting in how Hatman is breaking this down, right? We're all addicted to different things. Tyson Fury is addicted to different things. Alexander Usyk is addicted to different things. Conor McGregor is addicted to different things, and we all know what those things are. But he's going to break down why they're going to do what they do and why they're going to make the career choices that they make.
Type similar to people who climb mountains, who make no money from it, but they get a rush out of challenging themselves in the most extreme fashion, pushing their bodies beyond the limits, always looking for the most seemingly impossible task and obstacle to try and overcome. That's what they're addicted to, challenging themselves. And I think that Alexander Usyk fits into that category. He is hopelessly addicted to the challenge. This is why he's conducted himself so differently to somebody like Tyson Fury. You see, a guy like Fury who's addicted.
And he's right about that. You see, there's a difference between fighters that are trying to fight the most minimal risk with the highest reward, as opposed to Alexander Usyk, who goes after just tough matchups, man. Constantly the away fighter in all of his fights. Constantly taken on fights that a lot of people would have never thought he'd won in the past. And now here he is, right? The best fighter ever in boxing. And now getting handsomely paid for it in ways that he deserved. I mean, we're talking about in 100 millions, man. He would have never got that without the Saudis. Okay, he's just not a pay-per-view draw, but credit to the Saudis for giving credit where it's due. Now, I think he deserves that kind of money regardless of the pay-per-view revenues that he brings in. I just think that if you have a certain set of skills, you should be paid the right amount of money for those skills.
To the money and the fame, the adulation, he's going to try to minimize the challenge, minimize the risk, and maximize the reward. And I'm not just picking on Fury here. That's what most fighters are like, particularly in the back end of their career. Minimize the risk, maximize the reward. For them, they're not in it for the challenge. If Tyson Fury had been in it for the challenge, he'd never have fought Derek Chisora in a trilogy fight or Francis Ngannou while he was heavyweight champion. A tree is known by its fruits, by their act.
Wow. A tree is known by its fruits and its actions, and that's certainly true about Tyson Fury. Now, look, the reality is this, right? Tyson Fury grew up in England, grew up in the Western world, okay? There's a life of comfort here that's just not a reality in Eastern Europe or in Africa or in other harder places in the world. And therefore, this is the result of it. Tyson Fury is going to operate in that kind of matter. He's going to operate in a kind of matter where, hey, you know what? I'm going to take the easiest fights for the most amount of money because it's just how I was raised in terms of taking it easy, taking the easy way out, right? Just like that song from Rocky, No Easy Way Out. You know that song, right? That's exactly what it is. There's no easy way out. Alexander Usyk never took an easy way out in anything that he's ever done. So moving forward,
You will know them. So Tyson Fury's never been a guy who's really hungry for the challenge. No, he wants the praise and the slaps on the back, and he wants the money. The challenge is a chore for Tyson Fury. That's why he gets out of shape so much. He doesn't like challenging himself in the gym. Alexander Usyk is one of these guys who lives for the challenge. That's why he's never out of shape.
This is how to get in shape fast.
If you want to drop this,
Start eating more of these.
you might think this would take years to learn, but I'm going to teach it to you.
That's why he does all this insane, maniacal training. According to Derek Chisora, even on fight week, it was reported that after one of Usyk's fights with AJ, I think it might have been the second one, he was apparently staying in the same hotel, or he was at least using the same gym facilities as Anthony Joshua. And I think it was the day after the fight, AJ clocked Usyk in the gym. This is the personality type. He is absolutely obsessed with the challenge. And so unlike most fighters, like a Tyson Fury, who are looking to minimize the risk.
so you see, this is something that you're dealing with Tyson. I'm sorry, with Alexander Usyk, right? A guy that lives for training. He lives for training. He lives for the gym. A lot of guys don't like that. You know, a lot of guys would just rather train for the fights, and then that'll be that. This guy does more than just train for the fights. He trains on. I mean, it's discipline to a whole nother level, and there is a reason why this man is the best fighter in the world. And guess what, man? The day after he fights, he then goes and works out again. That's championship mentality at its best right there.
Can maximize the reward. Usyk is looking to maximize the risk. This is what he wants. He wants maximum risk. That's what gives him the buzz. Again, like the guy who wants to climb the biggest mountain when he's not making any money out of it, wants to take on the most dangerous and difficult challenge. Now, as admirable as it is for a guy like Usyk to be so focused on the biggest challenges, obviously he wants to get the big reward for taking on the big challenges, as he should, but understand the challenge is what he wants the most. And as admirable as that is, and as appreciative as we all should be of the fact that he's chosen to go down that road, we as fans have all benefited from it, right? Guys like Usyk who are addicted to challenge, may actually be in more danger in the back end of their career than guys like Fury who are trying to minimize the challenge, minimize.
I absolutely 100% agree with that notion. Now, look, I think that Alexander Usyk is not the smartest tool in the shed, in my opinion. Now, look, for all I know, the guy could have a higher IQ than me. But let me explain why I said that. I'm saying that his IQ is going to lower when he takes these risks. Okay. In other words, like the smartest guys I know and the toughest guys I know at the same time can also be the dumbest version of themselves in that particular moment. In other words, the choices that they make of anti-risk averse actions, right? They can be the smartest guy in the world. They can be a computer programmer. They can be a valedictorian, all of that, right? Dean's List, honor roll, and all of that. But once, let's say, somebody gets in their face, or they get challenged, or they get their punk card pulled, or whatever, right? Then they decided, hey, you know what? I'm going to go do something about this, right? And then you go out and you make stupid decisions, you crash out. This is where your IQ level starts lowering down. This is sort of the metaphor that Hat Man is explaining right now.
Is the risk. And the reason I say that is because guys who are always going after the challenge due to father time are more likely to bite off more than they can chew. We're hearing a.
So in other words, what Hat Man is trying to say is that great that he's very non-anti-risk taking, right? It's great that he's willing to take risks, but in reality, it's only great when he's young and in his prime. When he gets older and when he's sort of close to that expiration date, he's not going to know when to stop. And that's when all of this can be very detrimental to his career.
About Usyk wanting to go back down to cruiserweight to become undisputed there again because nobody's ever done that before. To me, it sounds insane, but it's hardly surprising when you understand his personality type, constantly chasing the next big challenge. Whereas a guy like Fury and most other high-level fighters at the back end of their career, they're a lot more cautious and careful. They're trying to make their last few big paydays without getting hurt. And when they've made the kind of money that Tyson Fury has made, they don't need to put themselves in a position where they could get hurt against some young gun on the way up. They don't need to. Again, we applaud the fighters who do, like Alexander Usyk. But if we're talking about the best time to retire, in my view, someone like Fury would be more sensible than someone like Usyk, potentially, because again, they're doing it for different reasons. Fury just wants.
Hey, now, how insane is that, right? Alexander Usyk is actually less reasonable in this regard than Tyson Fury. Yeah, man. How crazy is that? Look, you guys know this. There's this conservative radio talk show host, Michael Savage, right? A guy I used to listen to back in the days. I still here and there dabble and sort of listen to his content as well. He mentioned something about Joe Montana a few years ago, right? He was basically referencing all the injuries that Joe Montana had. And so Michael Savage said something to the extent of, well, this is the price that a lot of tough guys pay. To me, it was just like, it sounded like a bitter old man who never really challenged or tried to compete in any sporting situation. So therefore, it's just this form of jealousy that he's sort of deflecting upon himself and others, right? Saying, oh, yeah, Joe Montana has all these injuries because he was a tough guy and this and that, and tough guys, this is what they suffer afterwards. Well, you know what? Even though I had a negative taste in my mouth listening to that, listening to Michael Savage sort of savagely go after Joe Montana like that, I'm now starting to realize he's kind of right. It is the tough guys. It is the guys that are out there willing to take the risk that are going to suffer the most. And Alexander Usyk, in this case, he's that guy. He is that guy. He will take on the hardest challenges, and it could be the detriment to his own downfall. And I can't fault Hat Man Strikes Back for saying that.
wants some more big paydays and more slaps on the back. The moment he thinks that the paydays and the slaps on the back have dried up, he's going to bow out. And they will dry up. But challenges never dry up. You see the danger in that? Challenges never dry up. There's always a new challenge. There's always fresh blood coming through in boxing. That's why I commend Lennox Lewis for retiring when he did. And he said he was going to retire in that fashion very early on in his career when he was still undefeated. I watched the documentary where Lennox Lewis was talking about some of his heroes like Muhammad Ali and Sugar Ray Leonard and wondering why they carried on so long past their sell-by date. And he vowed that he would never do that. There's always the temptation, not just because of the money, but because of your ego. There's always some new up-and-coming fighter who the press think might be able to take you out, who's been talking trash about you. And the temptation is to go and fight.
And look, that's a good point. Now, George St. Pierre was asked about this on his retirement, right? Well, he said there's always going to be the next guy. There's always going to be this guy and that guy. He beat Hendricks. After he beat Hendricks, there was Robbie Lawler in the mix, but then that became his teammate's work, which is Rory McDonald, right? So yeah, man, there's always a new challenge. But when is it going to stop? See, that's the thing that you have to understand, right? There has to be a time where, you know what? I have to call it quits. There's nothing left for me here to accomplish. There's nothing left for me to do other than just wait for the next guy that has the right amount of time behind him to beat me. Right? But I don't, again, this is very revealing because as great as Alexander Usyk is, there is this future that we really don't know, because if he continues on, Hatman Strikes Back might be right in his prediction here.
Fight him. Lennox Lewis said early on in his career he wouldn't allow that to happen to him. He would know when to walk away. I don't know whether Usyk knows when to walk away. There's been no indication.
And not only that, the Muhammad Ali reference that he's talking about, Floyd Mayweather has mentioned this several times. He said, hey, you know what? Muhammad Ali stayed way too long for him to suffer the type of damages that he did. And that's the unfortunate thing about this game. You got to understand, right? This game is very risky, okay? So you have to do it for you. You have to do it for you, because otherwise, if you don't do it for you, other people are going to influence your decision-making. I'll tell you what, Conor McGregor, in my opinion, he could retire right now, right? You know why he's constantly teasing this idea of getting back into the cage or getting back into the ring? Because he misses the limelight. And also, on a daily basis, people are calling his punk card on the internet, on Twitter, constantly pulling his punk card. So now you got to go and respond to this. And trust me, a lot of people will say, well, I don't really listen to what anybody says on the internet or this and that. I don't know about that. You see, a lot of people like to pretend that certain things don't bother them, right? They pretend that other people saying things about them doesn't bother them. I'm going to say there are people out there that really don't care. I would say I'm one of them. I can confidently and boldly say I'm one of them. I just don't care what none of you think, right? Do I care what other people think in terms of trying to get views and trying to garner attention for the channel? Yes, that's 100% all that I care about. But as far as what other people think or how they perceive you or this and that, none of that really matters to me whatsoever, because I know who I am. Most of you don't know who you are. So when somebody tells you who you are, it's easy for you to fall back to that shell and say, oh my God, you know what? He's right. Maybe I am pathetic. Maybe I am this and that. A lot of you, that's just a lot of you guys in a nutshell. A lot of you are scared when people confront you on certain things. A lot of you don't like it when other people call you out on certain things. And a lot of you believe the insults that people have to say about you, because let's just be honest, right? There's a lot of people out there with real low self-esteem, and that's just the bottom line about it.
From him at the moment that he intends to do so anytime soon. And after the payday that he made in the Fury rematch, he reportedly got over $100 million. He doesn't need to carry on for financial reasons, but this addiction to challenge that he has could lead him to carry on longer than he should and have him losing to fighters who, in his prime, couldn't have laced his boots. In my view,
And guess what? This right here is very common for a lot of people to do exactly this, right? This is very common. We've seen it with BJ Penn. We've seen it with Chuck Liddell. We've seen it with Muhammad Ali at the end of his career. We've seen it with Bernard Hopkins at the end of his career getting knocked out and stretchered out and taken out of the ring. Like literally, like as if he was in a Royal Rumble match, gets hit with a shot and then gets thrown out of the ring as a result of that. I believe it was a Joe Smith fight. So yeah, a lot of guys stay way too long than they should. And it's interesting to see how long Alexander Usyk is going to stay about continuing to fight. But we'll see.
it's going to be far more difficult for a guy like Usyk to retire from boxing than someone like Tyson Fury, for the reasons I've already outlined. You see, Fury can still get money outside of boxing. He could go into acting or other things he wants to be involved in. And through those endeavors, he could still get the slaps on the back. Now, some people could say that Usyk could still satisfy his addiction to challenge outside of boxing. Maybe he could take up rowing or, I don't know, some other sport or mountaineering. Well, possibly. But boxing is all Usyk knows. That's what he's dedicated his life to for so many decades. Anyway, just...
Hey, you know what? So with that in mind, you got to understand, even though that is true, you got to know when to quit, man. Because if you don't know when to quit, I'm telling you, it's going to turn out really, really bad for you. It's going to turn out very, very bad. Okay. And that's just the bottom line about it. You got to know when to quit, man. You know, because if you don't know when to quit, then the game is going to make you quit. Okay. So you have to quit the game. Don't let the game quit you. That's the best way to really put it. All right. So next video that we got. The next video that we got going on about Alexander Usyk and Anthony Joshua. Obviously, I talked about it briefly, but here's another video with Hatman Strikes Back on this particular topic at hand. Just gotta wait for the ads here.
Anthony Joshua versus Tyson Fury. Well, speaking from my own individual perspective as a boxing fan, as far as fights that really...
Look at that. That's Luke Campbell right there in the middle. This little throwback picture. So that's Luke Campbell, Tyson Fury when he had hair, Anthony Joshua when he had less muscles. I mean, listen, Anthony Joshua is built like a rock, right? But obviously he's built a whole lot more muscle in his career as of late. And yeah, here's the example of that. But anyways, carry on.
Excite me. I genuinely don't care about Anthony Joshua versus Tyson Fury. Once upon a time, that would have been a fight for undisputed. Once upon a time, that would have been a fight between two guys in the top three. Once upon a time, that would have been a fight between two guys in their prime.
And you know what's crazy about this? Even if all of that is true, everything that Hat Man is saying, right? He's absolutely 100% right in everything that he's saying right now. The only problem is that now what a lot of people are not understanding is that this is actually a better fight than it would have been originally because of their experience with Alexander Usyk. Anthony Joshua fought the best fight of his career off of a loss. Tyson Fury fought the best out of his career off of a loss, and that was against Alexander Usyk. All two of their losses. This is a competitive fight. This is what we want in boxing. Never mind the undisputed belts or the prestige behind that. We're talking about competitive boxing fights like they did back in the days before they had the barriers of all of these promoters trying to stop these fights from happening.
Once upon a time, that would have been a fight for bragging rights in the UK to establish who the best British heavyweight was. But at this stage of the game, this fight would be none of those things. So personally, I struggle to get really excited for that matchup anymore. It doesn't mean what it once did several years ago. And so it's a shame that it didn't happen a few years ago. That'll always look like an opportunity missed. But if it doesn't happen now, at this stage of their careers, I'm not that bothered. However, if I look at this fight from the perspective of what's best for the fighters, then it makes sense, particularly for Tyson Fury. I say that because although Fury's coming off back-to-back defeats, unlike Anthony Joshua, he was at least competitive in those defeats. He didn't get knocked out. So if Fury is looking for a comeback fight at the age of 35, 36, I think he's 36 now, an Anthony Joshua match ticks a lot of boxes. It's a big money fight. It's a fight which, on paper at least, is very, very winnable against a diminished version of Anthony Joshua. Seriously.
Okay, so that, again, going back to what we said earlier about Tyson Fury sort of taking the most minimal risk fights for the most amount of money, right? This is an example of that. This is how Tyson Fury is going to continue on with his heavyweight career, as opposed to, let's say, Usyk, who has Martin Bakoli in his crosshair. He's got Daniel Dubois with unfinished business. And then maybe he's got Fisher. I don't know how much of a threat he is. Moses Otama, a lot of people say he's not ready, but getting a knockout like the way that he did in his last performance in the undercard, I may have to say otherwise. But yes, minimal risk for the most amount of money on the side of Tyson Fury. But again, this fight will be a whole lot more competitive because of these rounds that they had to put on against Alexander Usyk. Both of their best wins, or I'm sorry, both of their best performances were off of losses. You see, the version that lost to Alexander Usyk, and I'm talking about Anthony Joshua, that guy can beat any heavyweight in the world that night except for Alexander Usyk. In the last fight of Tyson Fury, that version of Tyson Fury can beat any heavyweight not named Alexander Usyk anywhere in the world because of how meticulous they had to prepare for a guy like that. And this is a result that we get. A non-championship, non-undisputed fight between these two, but an exciting match because of the journey that took them there. So, yes, it would have been great if we got them at an undisputed championship type of scenario, but Alexander Usyk spoiled all of that, and as a result, it actually made them better.
Diminished, and it's a legacy fight in the sense that he and AJ have had a rivalry for well over a decade. And so if Fury goes in there and beats AJ, as diminished as AJ is, most people will be willing to accept that Fury would have beaten any version of AJ, even if that isn't necessarily the case. We'll never know because they never fought in their primes. But the majority of people, I have to imagine, would be of that view if Tyson Fury were to beat AJ now. They'll say, you see, this proves that Fury would have always beaten him. So there's a lot of upside in this for Tyson Fury. It makes
a whole lot of upside, but once again, the way that Hatman described it, also a whole wide range of controversies. You see, the controversy behind all of this is that, hey, you know what? You're beating a shell of Anthony Joshua. But I don't know if I believe that. I don't know if I'm going to believe the notion that this is a shell version of it. Now, look, the knockout against Dubois, that was bad. That was really bad. That was career-threatening. I've never seen Tyson Fury get laid out like that, ever. I've never seen Tyson Fury get laid out like that. So maybe there is some positive outcomes to this, but who knows?
Sense for him to take this fight right now. Whether he will remains to be seen. I think his head is going to be pretty fried coming off the back of those two losses to Usyk. For Anthony Joshua, the fight also makes sense. Not as much sense as it makes for Fury, but it still makes sense to some extent. He's coming off a terrible defeat where he got beaten from pillar to post, dropped multiple times, and knocked out cold, damn near. And Fury was watching at ringside. Anthony Joshua has never been the mentally strongest of the top heavyweights. He never really fully recovered from the first Andy Ruiz fight, and he had several years to try and recover from it. He's still got the scars of that defeat in his mind. So just imagine how mentally fragile AJ must be now. following what happened to him against Daniel Dubois. My opinion, which I expressed immediately after that Dubois fight, was that AJ should retire, and I stand by that. I think the best thing for him to do is
It was absolutely
retire now. But if he insists on carrying on, the only people he should consider fighting are his contemporaries, those being Tyson Fury, Dillian Whyte, Deontay Wilder. And Tyson Fury only if Fury lost to Usyk, which he did. If Fury had beaten Usyk, I'd never be advising Anthony Joshua to fight Fury. And I'm still not advising him to fight Fury, but I'm saying if he insists on fighting, those are the only three names he should consider: Wilder, Whyte, and Fury. Now, Wilder and Whyte are much better fights for AJ in my view, because I think they're more winnable, and they are arguably just as damaged as AJ is. Wilder's punch.
Now that is a good matchup, right? At least for AJ. Now, if you're AJ's team, would you recommend this fight to Anthony Joshua? The answer is no. I wouldn't recommend it. I'm going to tell you why. Because, look, let's just be honest. Tyson Fury is a much better boxer than Anthony Joshua. And quite frankly, the Dubois fight really proved that to me. I don't think Dubois could do that to Tyson Fury, although I don't know, man. You know, you never know, right? You never know. But Wilder, much better fight for Anthony Joshua. A rematch with Dillian Whyte, much better fight for him. By the way, we're going to talk about Dillian Whyte later on as well. I think we've got some interesting news about him. I'm going to react to G-Man's boxing. Look at this. We're doing basically an all boxing show today. I mean, we're going to talk about MMA too, but I'm sort of giving shout outs to all the boxing channels that I'm familiar with, and that the channels that I get down with, you know, as an MMA page that supports other boxing channels. So here we go.
Punch resistance is gone. Dillian Whyte's punch resistance is gone, just like AJ's has. And AJ never had great punch resistance to start with, but it's worse than ever now. Now, Tyson Fury's punch resistance, I think, is going as well, but he's still got his wits about him. His reflexes are still pretty good. And he's
But also, you got to take into consideration, Tyson Fury has never been slept ever in his whole entire career. It's important to note that Tyson Fury's never been slept. He's been knocked down several times, but he hasn't been slept. See, there's a difference. So
still recovers well, relatively speaking, from being hurt, better than AJ does. Anyway, Fury would be a big payday for AJ, and although I would make him very much an underdog in that fight, he would have an opportunity of sorts to try and settle the score with Tyson Fury after this long-standing rivalry. This back and forth online and in the media. They haven't actually shared a ring with each other since AJ was still an amateur and Tyson Fury, I think, was British champion. They sparred together. So anyway, the fight probably does make sense from the perspective of the fighters. For the health of boxing, is this fight necessary? As far
can I be honest? I'll answer that question for Hatman Strikes right now. I honestly think that it is worth it. 100%. It's worth it. Okay, because it doesn't have the same prestige. It doesn't have the same linear title behind it. But what it is a competitive fight that boxing needs. Look, you look at a UFC card, right? Sometimes there are fights in the undercard or in the main cards or maybe in the prelims where you have two guys that were very prominent at one point and now are demoted into sort of a main card status or a prelim status, right? But still, it's a great fight. It's a competitive fight that's a great addition to the whole entire card. Well, this fight right here may not have the same prestige, but it has a great addition to what we already have going on in boxing on the top level. And this is just another, I wouldn't say cherry on top, but it's more like the cream on the bottom of the cherry. It's the best way to describe it.
as global boxing, absolutely not. But as for British boxing, it would definitely give it a short-term boost. No doubt.
Okay, so that's a good point. On a domestic level, when it comes to their country in Great Britain, it's a great matchup. It's still a world level fight. These are two world level boxers by the end of the day, but they're both world level British boxers, and it's great for British boxing, period. Now, in the world scene, right now, the way that these two are being perceived, it's I'm not going to say it's negative, but you know what? It's not the height of the Tyson Fury mania when he brought in a whole bunch of people to watch him fight Dylan White. It's not the Anthony Joshua era where he had dozens and dozens of stadium fights, even against guys that nobody knows, such as Carlos Takam. I mean, can you imagine? They got an 80,000 seat stadium, soccer stadium for Anthony Joshua against Carlos Takam. Now, that's no disrespect to Carlos Takam, but Carlos Takam is not even Dylan White, let alone Derek Chisora, let alone Tyson Fury.
Doubt about it whatsoever. But at the end of the day, it still wouldn't be the number 1 and the number 2 heavyweights in Britain fighting each other. Because, of course, that would be Tyson Fury versus Daniel Dubois. And there are going to be at least some people wondering whether Fabio Wardley's.
Now, that's crazy, isn't it, right? These two were the top of British boxing for a long time. And now you look at all the names in British boxing. You got Wardley. You now have Joe Joyce. He's always going to be in the mix, right? And he defeated Daniel Dubois. But then Daniel Dubois is up there beating all of these guys. And then you got Fisher. Then you got David Allen. He's, domestic level, but vastly improving and did a great job against Fisher in that last fight. Who else is a top heavyweight? Moses Otama. I mean, the list goes on, man. The UK has the best heavyweights in boxing right now, and that's undeniable.
Is actually better than Anthony Joshua right now. There are going to be some people wondering whether Moses Itauma could beat Anthony Joshua right now. Personally, I think he could. So in the minds of some people, it might be the number 1 British heavyweight in Fury versus the number 5 British heavyweight in AJ. I'm not the only person who'll be.
Now that's crazy to think about, right? If you put that in perspective, considering where a lot of these guys were at previously.
Thinking that might be the case. So Fury versus AJ has had a lot of the luster taken off it. And as much as people would tune in, I don't think the fight would sustain that much excitement after the fact, unless the upset happened and AJ got the victory, because that would be unexpected. Upsets generate far more excitement than fights.
I'm going to be honest with you, right? Even though I do favor Tyson Fury in this matchup, I honestly do not think that it would be an upset if Anthony Joshua was to win. Okay, because look, I know Anthony Joshua has already been knocked out. Tyson Fury hasn't been knocked out, but it's getting slowly chipped away at his chin, right? Getting knocked down after knockdown, fight after fight after fight. Eventually, he is going to taste that canvas once again and may never get up. And perhaps maybe Anthony Joshua is that guy to do it. Who knows?
That go according to the odds. Buster Douglas beating Mike Tyson generated far more excitement, for example, than Mike Tyson knocking out Carl Williams. Anthony Joshua.
I'm going to be honest with you, right? When what's his name? Buster Douglas defeated Mike Tyson, what happened was they brought in Buster Douglas to be a guest referee in WWE, and that was supposed to be Mike Tyson. But because Mike Tyson lost, Vince was like, nah, we're good. We're going to get the guy who won. Listen, sometimes upsets and guys that beat you, especially like Anderson Silva, right? Did it ever really make Chris Weidman the star that he needed to be? So it's that type of tip that I'm talking about.
Getting beaten by Andy Ruiz generated far more excitement in the aftermath, I'm talking about, than AJ beating Povetkin. I haven't looked.
And by the way, after that Buster Douglas fight, they never rematched. They never, ever rematched. So, yes, it was great for the upset. It was great for the culture of boxing at the time, but they never regenerated even more money that they could with the rematch. Can you imagine a rematch between Tyson and Buster Douglas, right?
The odds right now, assuming there are bookies that are giving odds for Fury versus AJ, but I would have to imagine that Fury will be a firm favorite. Certainly in my mind, it'd be a firm favorite. If AJ was able to win and
do this until February 1st. On January 1st, we're starting a 4-week chair workout challenge for beginners over 50.
do so convincingly, yeah, that would generate a lot of excitement. After the fact, it would be a surprise. Anyway, those are my thoughts on the potential Anthony Joshua versus Tyson Fury fight. Give me your thoughts in the comment section below. Don't forget to like this video, share it.
All right, everybody. Shout outs to Hatman Strikes Back. Because, yeah, man, that is a very important fight that we have coming up in the future. So let's get to a Jay-Z video right now with Jesse on Fire. Let's check this out right here.
Knows.
Well, Gabrielle,
There's
stop.
Inevitably people
Stop
who
just
assume that we're partying a little too hard at 5 p.m.
well to demonstrate two things: that A, Blake Lively probably is a bunt, and also this is us. And look at it says "Love my family" on that shirt.
Yeah.
Love. So she said, wait, where did this go? She admonished him. Why don't they have the
full quote? Keep
yeah,
going.
the full quote
Right there.
No, this is a bad article. Like there's one that has her exact quotes like back to back, which I think is this one right here. Yeah. Okay. So this is her quote. Carter's lawyers' relentless filing of combative motions containing inflammatory language and ad hominem attacks is inappropriate, a waste of judicial resources, and a tactic unlikely to benefit his client. The court will not fast track the judicial process merely because counsel demands it.
Ooh.
And here's an ad
We
for
don't know which one's yes and which one's no.
something really important. But she said that. So that's her saying, go F yourself, guy.
Stop wasting my time.
Yep. And then she said, since Carter's attorney first appeared in this case 17 days ago, he has submitted a litany of letters and motions attempting to impugn the character of the plaintiff's attorney, many of them expounding on purported urgency of this case. Although Carter's attorney assails plaintiff's lawyer as having a chronic inability to follow the rules, Carter's counsel has failed to abide by this court's clear rules.
Now, from what it seems to me is there seems to be a lot of strategy going on behind the scenes here. And look, the thing is, what lawyers try to do is they try to get as much leverage as they can, or as much on your side as much as they can. And sometimes it works, sometimes
and
it
then
doesn't.
She said in her decision to grant Jane Doe's motion to proceed in anonymity, she said the weight of the factors tips in favor of allowing plaintiff to remain anonymous, at least for this stage of the litigation.
So, yeah, it is interesting they're allowing her to remain anonymous. Now, look, I don't know what the decision is behind that. I would imagine it has something to do with protecting their identity and this and that. I don't know, man. But let's see where this goes.
Because the balance of these factors will certainly shift as the case proceeds, especially if and when the parties engage in discovery in earnest. The court intends to revisit this decision at a future date.
So I know that at the time 13-year-old has remained anonymous. Didn't she do an interview though?
Anonymous
interview.
Mm-hmm.
Was it video or was it just?
It's on video, but she's like blacked out.
What is her voice changed?
Yeah. Didn't we cover it on this channel? Well, what better way than to just look at it again? So this is the interview. It's only like 2 minutes long. So
okay.
Raping her when she was 13 years old. She asked us not to reveal her identity.
What made you want to come forward? Because I think that I've been quiet long enough.
She says.
Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, yeah. I mean, bottom line, they got ripped, and honestly, they got humiliated. If we're being honest, this is one of those cases with both Busby and Spiro, who are super, super heavy into using the media.
Mm-hmm.
So they're kind of fighting this public battle.
Yeah.
With Jay-Z is like this is like shark against shark, lawyer against lawyer on the national stage. Busby thinks he's the man. I'm the man. But like Busby's all, this Spiro guy thinks he runs New York. This country's mine. And then
So what's crazy about this? I'm going to tell you what I think is really crazy about this, right? So the innocence of Jay-Z, or trying to find out whether he's guilty or not, or trying to give him a fair trial rather, is sort of predicated on these two warring factions with lawyers, right? Competing against each other. And quite frankly, I understand that, yes, in this judicial system, you are innocent until proven guilty. But the reality of the situation is this: it's a game. Okay. Everybody's just trying to win. It's a sport. It's not really about the concern of whether somebody is guilty or innocent. It goes beyond that now. It's just a game and a competition. That's really what American capitalism is all about by the end of the day.
then, you know, Busby gets kind of kicked in the balls a couple times. And then this ruling is like, how you like my pee-pee in your mouth, Mr. Spiro.
Ooh, wow.
I'm just saying. I don't think he would sing like that either. I think he would just like ice cold, like smoke a cigar and slowly blow it out, just looking at him in the eyes. He's all,
That's the move.
that hurts. Hey, that hurts. Seems like the judge doesn't
So-
like you, man. I wonder if
What'd
it's
you do to her?
one of us has pull and the other one's an asshole. Anyway, so that's that story. And now I know on bated breath, everyone has been like, can
This
you
is the story you've all
skip
been waiting for.
to the part where we look at
At the hot
Kylie
girl.
Jenner half naked? It's like,
Mhm.
all right, fine.
I like that suit.
Well, let's get it for you.
I know you're always against one pieces, but like that's cute, right?
It's cute. Her boobs don't look plastic though. That's the problem. They look like absolutely 100% real. Babe, does it make you feel good that your boobs look tremendously more real and better than Kylie Jenner's?
Totes. Makes me feel so good.
I mean, you know what I mean? Oh, another shot of her.
Uh-huh.
You know, this is all I'm going to say about Kylie Jenner's Blake Lively called a
Did we not talk about this already? I think we did.
no. We said we were going to talk about it.
Okay.
Remember? There's a big difference between an intro and actually discussing, because actually I haven't even
Glad
seen.
someone has this mapped out.
Oh yeah, I
I'm
do.
just along for the ride.
I know, cracking jokes at my expense in many cases.
Yeah. That's
Um,
what I'm here for.
it's so funny. I don't even catch how funny Gabrielle is until we watch it back afterwards. Like tons of times when we watch it later, I'm like, I laugh out loud at her snide little remark that I completely missed when we were filming.
It's true.
Hannah Berner has responded to the online response to her Netflix roast about Blake Lively, writing in an Instagram story post, "My joke is the current
Supercharge your shiny new toys and devices with a Sound Gig.
There's not really much emphasis on the Jay-Z stuff on that one, so you go look for something else. Here, let's see here. All right.
He's struggling. He been in jail a long time now. Diddy have been in jail for a little while. So I need y'all to really, the ones that's really watching what's going on, bro, this is happening to our top leaders. You see what I'm saying? This is something that I think we all should watch, because these dudes have been at the top tier of their level for 30, 40 years.
Look, here's something I kind of disagree with, this notion of our top leaders or whatever, right? I don't understand why Jay-Z is a leader of a certain people or this and that. First of all, let's just be honest about it, right? Jay-Z doesn't care about black people. He doesn't care about any other people, period. So this notion that like, oh, well, Jay-Z is that, oh, P. Diddy is the king or this and that. Man, I don't look at any of these people like kings, bro. You come out to Cali, bro, everybody up in here is going to come rob you and stick you up. And that's how we get down over here. We're not here to worship celebrities or this and that. We're here to take from you. That's just the reality of it. This is the name of the game, bro. You got to take from the next guy. You know, I understand that some people may view that as, oh, it's toxic or this and that, or man, come on, man. I'm not going to fall in line with that program.
These dudes got that Nia Long money. You see what I'm saying? These are some pioneers and icons before our time, gang. So let's jump into this reaction, man, and let's see where it takes us. Let's get it. And 5, 4, 3, 2, let's go.
I think that Alex Spiro might need to calm down and take on less clients because I'm pretty sure he just accidentally exposed who Celebrity B is in the Jane Doe lawsuit against Diddy and Jay-Z.
Child, I know that y'all have been wondering who the female celebrity was in the lawsuit against Diddy and Jay-Z and why Jay's lawyer allegedly let it slip that it was Jennifer Lopez.
Look at what it says. Mr. Combs and Miss Jennifer Lopez were both at Lotus and Twirl.
Oh,
why are we talking about Jennifer Lopez? This is
not J-Lo, not Judy from the block.
Yeah, of course, J-Lo from the block. I mean, come on, man. You people have this idea that these celebrities are good people or something like that. I mean, it's just.
Oh, yeah, what, man? Come on, man. Now it's starting to look a little frivolous, man. Because hey, listen, catch this game though, right? You can, I tell you like this, though, right? And this is what I stand on, man.
There's a hidden 5-minute credit trick that millions of Americans are using to send their scores soaring. Have you tried it yet?
You know, a lot of these celebrities that we look at, I always believe this. Time will expose what people really are to you. You see what I'm saying? All you got to do is just stick around somebody long enough, they will expose themselves. Like, prime example, have you ever fuck with somebody that was cool and then they switched up on you when you found out who they really was? Listen, if you want to find out who somebody really is, let them know how you see them. And once they realize you see them as that monster go come out, that the boogeyman go come out. And this goes for anybody. Once you show somebody that you see who they really are.
Hey, real talk, Nina Boy. That's some straight game for Nina Boy right there.
9 out of 10, they're going to be who they really are because they know you found out. You see what I'm saying? So y'all got to realize, man, time will expose who people really are. Now, I'm not going to say, everybody innocent till proven.
Just like Smack TV, right? You know, that guy, that's talking all of this because I made a Jay-Z video and now all of a sudden he's all triggered and all up in his feelings and this and that, right?
Proven guilty, right? But to think J-Lo would sit back and watch Diddy and Jay-Z do a choo-choo on a child, yeah, you got to be spineless. You see what I'm saying? A child, let alone a grown person. You know what I'm saying? That's a hard thing to do. If that's a hard thing to do, nigga, to sit back and watch somebody take something that God didn't give them permission to have, and it just get banned like that. But nah, man, let's get into it. It's looking crazy. Jay-Z better have his jet ready if this goes south. Let's go.
a lawsuit against Diddy and Sean Carter. Maybe he needs to calm down and stop taking on so many clients.
But that's not all. Photos have also resurfaced of J-Lo arguing with Diddy on the night of the alleged incident, proving even further that they were together that very same night. The question is, did they meet up with Jay-Z later on? And also tell me why J-Lo is being dragged into yet another lawsuit, the one that was filed by male prisoner Derek Lee Cardello Smith, suing Diddy for allegedly and violating him. Y'all, the way J-Lo's name just keeps coming up is definitely not looking good for her at all. But let's just get right into it. So we know that in the case mentioning Diddy and Jay-Z, the woman identified in the lawsuit as only Jane Doe said her incident happened after she was driven to an MTV Music Video Awards after party. According to the lawsuit, Jane Doe was dropped off at the VMAs at Radio City Music Hall by a friend, and she did not have a ticket. So she approached various limousine drivers to try to gain access to the show or after party. One driver allegedly told her that he worked for Diddy, and he also allegedly told her that she fit what Diddy was looking for. The driver then later picked her up, and after 20 minutes, she was dropped off at a white house with a U-shaped driveway. The girl was then made to sign a document she believed to be a non-disclosure agreement, and she was told that she could not discuss what happened at the party, but did not receive a copy. After that, she was allegedly offered a drink that made her feel woozy, like.
Okay, so for those of you that are defending Jay-Z, right? Oh, there's no proof for this and that. I think that they're looking into the inconsistency of a woman who obviously has mental health problems, but sort of are not looking into these particular stories at hand right here.
Headed and like she needed to lie down. She said she walked down what appeared to be a hallway containing several rooms off of it, and she entered what appeared to be an empty bedroom so she could rest. According to the lawsuit, this room contained only a large bed with no furniture of any kind, television, or other furnishings. Allegedly, P. Diddy and Jay-Z entered the room with P. Diddy telling her, "You are ready to party." That's when she alleges that Jay-Z removed her clothes, held her down, and proceeded to force himself on her while Diddy and an unnamed female celebrity watched. She then says that Diddy also forced himself on her as Jay and the female celebrity looked on. And when
let's be honest. How did they get there? This is not something that just pops up by accident. You see what I'm saying? Somebody must have pressed the button, or these dudes have made some bad, shady business deals, and Muff had to show them who really is boss. Because
so again, that's a fair question to ask. How did they get there? Nobody wants to take any of that into consideration. How did they get there? How did they get there? Right? That's a fair question. Let's move on and see what happens here.
When you're looking at this, come on, gang. It sounds like it's bullshit, right? We catch this game though, right? Some people will play victim to the crime they committed. You understand what I'm saying? Look what Diddy did. We seen Diddy was like, man, I wouldn't, man, what? Cassie on that bull, nigga, she lying. Nigga, like, man, come on, it's love. It's me, it's Diddy, baby. Take that.
I mean, look, that's the thing about it, right? A lot of these celebrities are a bunch of fake Look, I'm going to tell you something, man. I hate people that have this fake positivity. You know what I mean? And you know what? A lot of professional athletes have this, especially dudes in the NBA, dudes in the NFL. They really know how to turn it on. If you want to know why John Jones is so good at being media trained the way that he is, take a look at who his brothers are NFL players who are media trained just like him. That's what it is. These people know how to, they know how to play the whole positive. I'm positive, this and that. I'm positive, and all this other BS. Man, whatever, man. And none of these people are positive in any kind of way. They're a disgrace to humanity, period.
That's how Diddy was. Diddy was on some, and then when we found out who the real him was, y'all seen it. Remember, he played a victim to the crime he committed. Everybody was like, not Diddy, not Diddy, no, take that. not that nigga, not Diddy. You know what I'm saying? He went around talking about the Love album, man. Love. I want to thank Cassidy. Come on, man. We can't put it past nobody at this point. But to think J-Lo was sitting back while two 30-year-old men on an adolescent. Oh, come on, man. That's why I say never let the snake bite you twice. You see what I'm saying? That's probably why J-Lo got up out of there. Because she couldn't handle that pressure, man. But yeah, it's not looking good, man. Let's go.
When she could eventually manage, she ran out. In the lawsuit, Jane Doe says that although there were other guests at the party, no one appeared to take notice of her distress or attempted to help her after what happened. She said she ran to the nearest petrol station where she called her father. She also said that she fell into a deep depression, which continues to affect every facet of her life, and she suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder and a seizure disorder caused by stress and trauma. In addition, she said that she has had difficulty maintaining normal relationships and lives largely withdrawn from society. Of course, this case also took an unexpected turn when Jane Doe did an interview with NBC, and when NBC did some digging to verify the claims, there were a lot of inconsistencies. First of all, the woman said her father picked her up after the alleged incident, but he told NBC he didn't recall that. The woman also claimed she spoke to Benji Madden at the after party where the party happened, but his rep said he was not in New York at the time. Then images from that evening show Jay and Diddy at a different location than the one the woman described, although their whereabouts for the entire evening are unclear. But Jane Doe also said that she stands by her allegations overall, and that the inconsistencies in her account of the incident, alleged to have happened 20 years ago, do not necessarily mean the allegations are false. She also told NBC News that she now has 2 children, a son and a daughter. She served less than a year in the Army National Guard and left with the rank of private. She got her high school diploma and got her Christian counseling certificate so that she could help.
All right, so we got a lady who has her Christian counseling certificate, right? This is somebody who's went to school under a religious degree, right? That don't mean nothing. But y'all gotta understand, she still has autism or special needs, should I say? And have.
So yeah, the special needs thing I think is a really important point, considering that the inconsistencies may come from that, but it doesn't mean that it didn't happen. So just food for thought on that
The
one.
stuff that they're trying to say is inconsistent. It doesn't mean that this girl don't have, loss of memory. Like she gotta remember everything. She has a special condition that kind of is, it's justifiable that she don't remember everything. So this case will go on, but the judge over there is like, look, man, y'all filing all these motions over here, man. Look, y'all not going to utilize the court because you got some money. Jay-Z is a powerful man. He thought he could come in with his lawyer and just brush this under the rug. They like, nah, F that, nigga. We tired of y'all utilizing the court's resources just for y'all greater good. So right now, Jay-Z is still innocent. It don't mean that the nigga going to jail because this is not a criminal case. It's civil. So 9 out of 10, there's no money being exchanged or asked for at this moment. But you got to understand something. Money will come at the end of that tunnel. You see what I'm saying? If they want to keep their ass out of jail and make this not go federal. You know what I mean? Criminal. Because if it go criminal, then Jay-Z will be going to prison. I mean, go to jail and until he able to bail.
Yeah, so it is an important point, right? Just like the Conor McGregor case, this is obviously a civil trial and not a criminal trial. But you know what? Civil trials end up becoming criminal trials. This is the reason why Conor McGregor has to leave Ireland, because he already lost this case. So he lost it in a civil trial. Don't you think that they're going to try and open something in the criminal trial? Although the choice of the jurors may have something to do with the verdict more than the actual evidence itself. Hence why the police Garda in Ireland never really pursued that case. But man, if Jay-Z loses this case, obviously it's more than just spewing out a whole bunch of money. It's going to be a plan of maybe trying to escape the United States to avoid criminal subpoenas thrown at him in any kind of way. So
bail out if they give him a bail. This is why I say it look bad on him. You see what I'm saying? And time will expose who people really are. And this is a prime example of what I mean by time will show you who it really is and what they done. And if they convicted or guilty of this, hip hop as we know, it's over. It's over with. You know what I'm saying? If think about it, Jay-Z owns, well, I'm pretty sure he's a co-partner in it, but Tidal, nigga, he's still the president of Rock Nation. Come on, gang. Like, if that man go to prison, that empire is coming all the way down, man. Let's go.
Help people who have gone through what she has gone through. Well, now people have a reason to believe that the female celebrity is J-Lo, and all this thanks to Jay-Z's own lawyer. See, in his filing where he says that the lawsuit should be dismissed, Alex specifically wrote that Diddy was with J-Lo that night. Now, why mention Jennifer Lopez like that, knowing very well there were already speculations about her being celebrity B? On one hand, it may have been a genuine error on his part, but what if it was not a mistake? What if they exposed J-Lo and threw her under the bus on purpose because people were speculating that celebrity B was Beyonce? Okay, I know Alex was probably just trying to make it clear that Jay-Z was not with Diddy that night, but he seemingly seals the allegation that Diddy was with J-Lo that very same night. So if anyone saw anything that happened that night, it was J-Lo. In addition, like I mentioned earlier, while J-Lo is not named in the lawsuit, recently surfaced photos of her in a confrontation with Diddy on the same night have brought attention back to the events surrounding that evening.
damn. All right. Now, this right here is where it really gets into some cold work, right? Because obviously there's now corroborating evidence that shows present time and space and all of that. So
unearthed photo taken on the night shows Jennifer Lopez in a heated discussion with Diddy, who was holding a drink in the right hand and leaning on the wall behind Jennifer Lopez with his left hand. In fact, a guest who attended the exclusive bash recalled witnessing the spat, which ended with Diddy making an early exit with his entourage and a group of girls. And this person said Diddy held a Cristal champagne bottle the entire time serving his guests. Everyone was dancing and enjoying themselves. But as the night progressed, tensions rose between him and J-Lo. The thing is, even though they were seen having a heated argument, documents, Diddy left with J-Lo, and whether or not they headed to a second location where the event in the lawsuit takes place is still up for debate. But if they went to the after party as Jane Doe claims, according to many people, then it would make sense that Celebrity B was Jennifer Lopez. Basically, J-Lo is the only person in a position to clear things up about what happened that night and possibly either clear Jay-Z or implicate him. And guess what? This isn't the only recent lawsuit Jennifer Lopez is being dragged into. Remember the male prisoner Derek Lee Cardello Smith suing Diddy for allegedly and violating him? According to court documents, Cardello Smith claimed he met Diddy at an after party at a Detroit Holiday Inn in June 1997, where he drank with Diddy and female guests. And he said that he first thought Diddy was a really decent, normal guy. Cardello Smith then said that he later joined Diddy and two women in a private hotel room. He claimed he began to hook up with one of the women when he felt Diddy touch his butt. Allegedly, the interaction led...
Hey, hold up, man. Now that's some cold work right there, man. That is some cold work right there. I mean, look, is anybody surprised about this? Look, back then, if you said this, you would look like an absolute liar. But now there's a lot of plausible reason to believe that a lot of this is real.
Cardello Smith to disengage. And when Diddy noticed, he allegedly offered him a drink. Based on the lawsuit, he became drowsy and passed out. And when he woke up, he was in pain. He claims he filed a police report after alleging that Diddy paid...
Man, oh, shit. Oh, my God. Woo.
Talk your stuff, Nina boy.
Boy, listen, this cannot be in court. Listen, I don't care. A jury would hear that with all the stuff that he had, what happened with Cassie and her, being...
No, he's right. This is not a good look. I want to hear what he says about this and why he thinks this is not a good look.
Drunk at times, waking up with headaches and all that, and they hear this. Come on, man. Nigga talking about nigga Diddy gave him a drinking. Woke up to my nigga, hey, my back door hurt, man. Somebody, he a boy, Damien. God, digital, man. Come on, man. Hey, nigga Diddy be nigga be out of here, boy. Nigga wake up, nigga. Get that nigga up out of here. Nigga won't live. You're not living, sir. You're not living. Any man that wake up with pain back there, oh, nigga, that's not some... Yeah, nigga, man, I couldn't live with it. I couldn't live with him walking the streets, and I woke up with pain back there.
I know exactly what he means, man. That is an absolute violation that demands a response. But how are you going to do that, right? It's hard to get at Diddy. He's got a lot of bodyguards around him. He's got a security team. I mean, now none of that really matters. He's now in prison, but nonetheless, yeah.
It's over. You got one more time, nigga, and you're through. Let's get it. Jay, that's crazy, gang. That's fucked up.
Detroit and Monroe police officers to keep it hidden. He then claimed he shut down because he knew that he was never going to be able to tell anyone about the incident. He also said that Diddy visited him in prison once and separately sent a financial advisor to meet with him on Diddy's behalf and said that Diddy offered $2.3 million to drop his lawsuit, which he rejected. He even provided a copy of a 1997 agreement of silence and confidentiality allegedly signed by Diddy himself and others, including Michigan officials and police officers. Now, what happened with this case was, at first, Diddy failed to reply to the complaint, prompting a judge to order him to pay a $100 million default judgment. After the default judgment, Diddy's lawyers fired back, saying this man is a convicted felon and predator who has been sentenced on 14 counts of SA and kidnapping over the last 26 years. His resume now includes committing a fraud on the court from prison, as Mr. Combs has never heard of him, let alone been served with any lawsuit. Mr. Combs looks forward to having this judgment swiftly dismissed. The judgment was eventually vacated, but Cardello Smith was not done. He recently filed more court documents where he introduced a witness who allegedly witnessed a meeting between him and Diddy. And he said he also has plans to call Jennifer Lopez to testify against her ex-boyfriend because she knows more about what happened to him. Again, people are saying that they wouldn't be surprised if J-Lo actually knows more about this case as well. Remember, Miss Jenny from the block was also heavily implicated in the lawsuit that was filed by Lil.
I mean, of course, man. Do people not think that J-Lo is a corrupt human being? A lot of you people think that these celebrities are good people, that they are, somebody to look up to or somebody that can do no wrong. right? Or somebody that has some sort of racial symbol behind the glory of your people based on what they do for themselves and nothing for you. I mean, it's weird to me, all this celebrity worshiping and all of that.
Lil Rod, where he said that she was involved in the 1999 incident when she and Diddy were together and went to a nightclub called Hot Chocolate at Midtown's Club New York in December 1999.
Hey, I remember that. Diddy got off on that. Diddy got off on that. I think Diddy framed somebody so J-Lo could really get off of it and get her off that case. And I think he ended up getting off and somebody ended up doing time behind that. I remember that right there. That's one thing I do remember, man. All they need is one conviction. He got hit with over 30-something charges. All they need is one conviction. Come on, man. You got to realize Diddy is 50-something years old, man. You see what I'm saying? He 50. He 50, sir. Yeah, nigga. That time, look, he can't handle that time. That nigga having a meltdown. Think about it. Diddy have been a millionaire since he was 21 years. I think y'all need to understand something, homie. Diddy literally was a millionaire since he was 20-some years old.
Now that's crazy, right? That is a whole completely different lifestyle change and all of that, right? I mean, being a millionaire since you were 50 years old, that is serious business. You know what I mean? And now you're 50 and now on the verge of possibly going to prison. It's not a good look, man. Not a good look. Not a good look at all.
Oh, nigga, champagne, Lamborghinis, that lifestyle. Come on, my nigga. Come on, nigga. Hey, if I put myself in that shoe, nigga, I'd be beating on the wall. Like, all right, hey, that's it. Come on. All right, open the gate. I get it. You know what I'm saying? Cause think about it. I've been a nigga in jail and I know how it is. Nigga wake up and like, nah, not today. Come on. Hey, guard, don't open up this gate, man. Nah, not today. Nah. Hey, Nina, what's up? Nigga, I don't feel like being here. Y'all got me fucked up. Nah, go open up that gate. Guard, open up that gate, nigga. Y'all better, cause listen, it's gonna be some squabbling going on up in here, nigga. Open up that gate, homie. Nah, they like, what's wrong with you, Nina? You cool? Nah, nigga, not today. Nah. Hey, go ahead. Hey, come, man, open up that gate, man. Open up that gate, man. Not today. I'm not. Nigga just woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Hey, man, we in prison. Nah, you in prison, nigga. Come on, man. Come on. Open up that gate. Not today. Diddy is having a meltdown. Look how long Diddy been up in there. He's not a
Now, look, can you imagine if he has a meltdown? Can you imagine the type of meltdown that Jay-Z has? Now, at least Jay-Z has experience being in prison, unlike P. Diddy.
Nigga, when Thug was in there, he was talking about my living quarters was inhumane. For all the real niggas in the back that had to sleep on that bunk, nigga, come on, this nigga, I'm a millionaire. Yeah, nigga, they don't care about none of that. They don't care. Diddy is in there. Nah, not today. Off guard. I got $1,000. Come on, take me to the rooftop. Come on, baby. Hey, order me some red lobster. I'll pay you. Come on, baby. Hey, nah, man. Let's go. Take me to the roof, nigga. Let me see something. Cause I know for sure, man, with all of this shit on their names, it's definitely going to hunt them for the rest of their life, man. Let's go.
To celebrate the release of Shine's soon-to-be-released album. Based on the lawsuit, J-Lo is the one who smuggled a firearm into the club, handed it to Diddy, who had the intention to harm. Then she and Diddy ran away after the incident, lied about what happened. They made sure J-Lo also lied to the police and to the grand jury, and then they both made sure that someone else went to jail for their crime.
The irony is, there was a grand jury. We all had to go and speak at the grand jury. J-Lo testified at the grand jury, as did many other people. It needs to be reopened because if that is in fact the case, she carried and she lied to the grand jury. It needs to be reopened.
Lil Rod mentioned the 1999 incident in his lawsuit, alleging that Diddy bragged about getting away with crimes. And specifically, Lil Rod shared that Diddy was responsible for what happened in the nightclub in New York City with Shine because he bragged about getting away with it. Well, given all these connections, a lot of people are calling on J-Lo to speak about the lawsuit involving Jay-Z, because since we have already established that she was with Diddy that night, she just needs to say where they went after their argument and if Jay-Z was anywhere near Diddy that night. But do you think Jay's lawyer purposefully mentioned J-Lo to throw her under the bus? Do you think J-Lo is actually the key to this case? Let me.
Yeah, 100%. There's a good chance that J-Lo is definitely the key to this case, but will she snitch? Will she say anything? That is the question, and we, quite frankly, really don't know. We don't know how that's going to go about, but if she does, man, it's going to be groundbreaking, and I'm telling you, man, Jay-Z can't catch a break on this one.
We know your thoughts in the comments section below.
Yeah, man.
All right, so now let's listen and hear what Nina Boy has to say about all this, and I'm gonna react to it.
That is man, it's looking bad. It's looking extremely bad. It's looking to the point now you gotta look at it like this. It's so many key players that's involved with this. All it takes, listen, if a 13-year-old girl can tell back a story that another celebrity was there, you see what I'm saying? And if she says J-Lo was there, come on, man. That story's gonna add up. So, ooh, Jack. God damn. All right, so let's get to the second part of this reaction. Let's go. And 5, 4, 3, 2, let's go.
As Jay-Z launches a legal war against the attorney who filed a bombshell rape lawsuit against him, that Texas attorney.
Look at his picture right here. Look how, I mean, look how sus these two look in this picture right here.
Attorney Tony Busby has just fired back. He is defending his client's claims about being assaulted by both Jay-Z and Sean Combs 24 years ago and says he shouldn't be sanctioned for what he is doing. Oh, and by the way, Jay-Z just formally sued Busby for defamation. Yes, this is a mess, but we're going to break it down for you right now. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. The legal and PR battle between Jay-Z and the attorney representing a woman who claims that the rapper raped her when she was just 13 years old, this has intensified once again. Now, if you've been following this saga, particularly here on Sidebar, you know that every week there's like another back and forth between both sides here. And as it currently stands, we have this anonymous accuser who says that Jay-Z, Sean Carter, and Sean Diddy Combs raped her at a VMA's after party back in 2000, again, when she was 13 years old. It was originally filed in October against just Sean Combs, and I should also say, it only identified.
All right, you know what? They keep saying that word too much in this video, man. And I just can't, man. Hold on. I can't rock with that, man. You keep saying that word, that's, you know.
All right, well, that's pretty much it for the Nina Boy reaction to that. So, yeah, man. You know, that whole thing about Jay-Z and all of that, you know, there's a lot going on in this case. You never know where this case is going to go or what's going to happen. So let's move on to the next thing right now. Let's go to my man, G-Man Boxing. He's got a few things to say about Dylan White, okay, who, by the way, is an important part of the heavyweight division right now. Dylan White is done. What fights are left for him? Let's check this out. Shout out to G-Man Boxing on YouTube for this one. All right, here we go.
You know, Dylan White fought Ebenezer Tete on Sunday, the 15th of December. And because that was going into fight week for Fury versus Usyk 2, it meant that a lot of the attention on Dylan White was really only there on the night. And then following on, it was, you know, full steam ahead, you know, Fury Usyk, you know, it's this, it's the press conference, it's the weigh-in, it's the workout, you know, all that kind of stuff, because that was going to dominate the fight week for TalkSport. It was going to dominate it for Sky. Everyone, people like me, content creators, everyone, that was going to dominate it. So we never really got a chance to really talk about Dillian Whyte in the...
Yeah, that is interesting, right? It wasn't really one of those fights that was really out there to push Dillian Whyte in any kind of way. It was a fight to basically just get him back up on the horse and get himself ready for the next guy, if there is a next guy at some sort, right? It wasn't highly anticipated or anything like that. It was just a warm-up fight, okay? And even though Turki El-Sheikh is all over boxing right now, making competitive fights, we still have warm-up fights by the end of the day.
Subsequent aftermath of that Ebenezer Tete fight, which was a fun fight, I'm not going to lie. 7 rounds, it was entertaining. Ebenezer Tete, 36 years old. Yeah, so he says. There you go. 36 years old. Rough 36 years by the looks of it. But it was a fun fight. Dillian Whyte, to me, Dillian Whyte was never the quickest heavyweight in the world. And in that fight, boy, he looked even slower, which is really not good. I looked at that fight and I thought, okay, Dillian Whyte is... Look, I knew Dillian Whyte wasn't in his prime anymore. I knew that. The question would this fight show us how far gone Dillian Whyte is? And it certainly did do that. Ebenezer Tete fought Daniel Dubois 5 years ago in the Royal Albert Hall. He was smoked in a round. He looked terrible in that fight. And in this fight, he wasn't in with a sniff of winning. He looked out of shape. He was fatigued after 7 rounds. He was knackered. But he was still worryingly able to make parts of the rounds competitive and able to land on Dillian Whyte and never looked like going down. A bit of a worry. And that shows where Dillian Whyte's at. Dillian Whyte was a fighter who he was never really meant for great things, really, was he? He didn't have an extensive amateur background.
So in other words, what G-Man is trying to say here, he's an overachiever, right? Everything that Dillian Whyte has accomplished from now till on, I think, is exactly that, right? It's it's nothing more than just how do I say this? Yeah, it's overachieving at its best, right? He did way more than what we would have expected, and great on him nonetheless. So here we go.
Background, he turned pro, fought on the small hall shows, spent 2 years out of the ring, the Jack 3D issue in 2012, came back in 2014. And Eddie Hearn was really just selling him as a guy who beat Anthony Joshua in the amateurs. He fought on a couple of matchroom shows. I think he even fought on one of Frampton's undercards when he was with the McGuigans. But he was really brought in just to, build towards that AJ fight and just be cannon fodder for AJ, or so they thought. When he fought AJ, it was a decent fight. People forget, Dillian Whyte was compromised in that fight. He believed he had a shoulder injury, and he was trained by Jonathan Banks at the time, who was the head trainer for Vladimir Klitschko. Now, this was not long after Vladimir Klitschko. In fact, I think it was only a fortnight after Vladimir Klitschko had fought Tyson Fury and lost. So you were obviously never going to be at the forefront of Jonathan Banks' attention. You were in camp with Vladimir Klitschko, you were training, but Jonathan Banks was worrying more about Tyson Fury than he was about you and Anthony Joshua. It's fair to say. The best I think we've seen Dillian Whyte was under Mark Tibbs. Mark Tibbs, a trainer I respect very highly, and I think he's very, very good. That's really when we've seen the best of Dillian Whyte. But, in that Joshua fight, he did well. He had his moments in there. He did better than a lot of people thought, and it was a really entertaining fight. He came up short, but he had proved enough to people that people wanted to see him again. And he came back with Mark Tibbs. And, 2016 was... At the start of the year, it was a bit slow. I think he fought a no hope. I think it was Brian Minto earlier in that year. He fought Dave Allen, actually, in Leeds. He fought Ian Lewis.
He also fought Derek Chisora in that same year in 2016. Man, by the way, 2016 was a great year for boxing and MMA, huh?
And it culminated in a fight with Derek Chisora, which a lot of people feel like Chisora did do enough to win that fight. But it showed how Dillian Whyte actually... he had something. And it was kind of this time when Dillian Whyte started to come into his own. There was talk about Deontay Wilder. 2017 was a particularly poor year for Dylan White because he didn't do much that year. He was meant to fight Mariusz Vach in June of that year. It never happened. And then he ended up fighting on the Crawford Indongo show over in America. And he was actually originally meant to fight Michael Grant, if you remember. And there was a lot of backlash towards that fight. And he ended up fighting some obscure fighter, I think, who was like, you may as well have just let him fight Michael Grant because he fought some absolutely obscure cream puff. And I think that was it for 2017 for Dylan White. He did not do much that year. He might have fought Hellenius. I think he actually did fight Hellenius, if I'm not mistaken, in 2017 on a Joshua show, but didn't do an awful lot. There was a lot of talk about Deontay Wilder, Eddie Hearn was actually trying to do that fight. And, you know, Wilder with the offer usually out for 2 years. We all know what happened there. But Dylan White at that point was really making a name for himself. He was really starting to gain traction, not as maybe a real threat to the Anthony Joshuas, the Deontay Wilders of the world, because Fury hadn't even come back at that point. So his name was not even in the pipeline. It was really the Joshua Wilder show, except they weren't fighting. Yeah, we know it was an interesting time to be a boxing fan in the heavyweight division, to be honest with you. The two guys there, but they weren't fighting. And Wilder was fighting the likes of Bermane Stiverne as a mandatory. Strange times, 2017, 2018. But Dylan White then has his kind of coming out moment against Lucas Brown, beats the living crap out of him, knocks him out brutally. Then he finds himself on pay-per-view against Joseph Parker. Probably Eddie Hearn's best show. That card was phenomenal. That was peak Eddie Hearn, Matchroom and Sky. That was just phenomenal. That whole show from start to finish, peak Eddie Hearn with Sky, Matchroom firing on all cylinders. They had the stable. Peak Eddie Hearn was that show. Absolutely. Gets the win over Joseph Parker. Very competitive, very, very close fight.
By the way, that was a very good win for Dylan White. I honestly think that was probably the best win of his career, in my humble opinion. Yeah, honestly, one of the best wins of his career was that fight. I mean, look, Parker could easily become heavyweight champion when Alexander Usyk leaves, when Tyson Fury leaves, when Anthony Joshua leaves. He's got a chance. So he's right up there, man. And then he went the distance with Andy Ruiz early on.
Dylan White is a pay-per-view star at that point, and he's doing good things. He's not winning these fights like against Chisora and against Parker. He's not winning these fights in spectacular fashion, but so entertaining. And the problem is that he was winning these fights on, blood, sweat, and guts. And you can only do that for so long before it starts taking an effect. And it took an effect on him pretty quickly. 2 years later, I know he was winning the fight, but 2 years later, he was getting knocked out cold by Povetkin. He's getting hurt more in these fights. He's going down. He's being stunned. And then you start to see the tax it put on Dylan White. So by the time when he fought Tyson Fury, one punch uppercut, knocked him out, damn near out cold. He's on wobbly legs when he gets up. He's going life and death with Jermaine Franklin. And now he's struggling with the likes of Ebenezer Tete. I mean, that just says it all there. So going into 2025, and again, you got to bear in mind, we don't even know what the deal is with Dylan White with regards boxing in the UK. Because I look at Dylan White and I think, you know what? If you're Anthony Joshua, if you're Eddie Hearn and Anthony Joshua, and you're looking to make one last go, you don't have time to go and do what you did in 23, where you have 3 fights over the course of the year, gradually step up the opponents. You don't have the time. You don't have time on your side where you can't do that. But you could get a confidence builder against someone who you know very well, the British public know very well. It would sell. It wouldn't probably do a stadium, or wouldn't do a stadium, but you could do it on the O2. Maybe if you want to be a bit cynical, you could put it on pay-per-view. Maybe, although I wouldn't at this point. But if you want to be a bit cynical, you probably could. There you go. Problem is, we don't know what the deal is with Dylan White and the British Boxing Board of Control. He's not fought in the UK for 2 years. He's fought under the BUI, the Boxing Union of Ireland, who don't give a damn. It doesn't matter if you could have one arm, they'd license you. They don't care. And he's fought in Gibraltar under the...
Yeah, man. injuries pile up in your career after a while, doesn't it?
Polish boxing border control, which we're going to call them, because I don't know what their actual full abbreviation is. But you get what you see where I'm going with this. What does that mean for him now in the new year? Is he hoping to do a Conor Ben and just wait it out, and eventually the board will say, do you know what, you're in the wrong, we're not going to appeal it, you've not fought in the UK for 2 years, let's draw a line in the sand. That's a real bad way of circumventing it, by the way. If you can fight abroad, do whatever you want, and then 2 years later come back and be like, right, line in the sand. That's a real bad way of doing things. It's a real bad way of doing things. But anyhow, is that what he's hoping to do? In which case, then maybe, yeah, I would say do a Joshua fight for 2025. Ultimately, I think I know where this plan for Dillian Whyte is going. And I don't think it's heavyweight titles. I don't think it's Alexander Usyk. I don't think it's Daniel Dubois. I don't think it's any of that. I think Dillian Whyte is chasing one last payday. He wants one last payday. He wants to sail off into the sunset. I think deep down when you hear him speak, he knows that it's not there anymore. He ain't going to win a world title. He can't challenge the likes of Alexander Usyk.
Yeah, that's a very good point that G-Man Boxing is making right here, right? It's one of those situations where, hey, look, you're either going to retire or adjust your competition. Right? That's really what it comes down to. You got to, adjust your competition as time goes on. So, yeah.
He can't hang with the likes of Tyson Fury even now, and he certainly can't hang with the likes of Daniel Dubois. He'd steamroll him. Daniel Dubois, Zhilei Zhang, even Moses Itauma. He's not going to hang with those guys. So one last big payday against the Joshua or against the Derek Chisora. And I think that Derek Chisora 3 is the fight that they're going to do. They're going to probably try and do it for Derek Chisora's last fight. A trilogy fight against a rival who you had great fight.
Yeah, I think that's a great money fight for Dillian Whyte. So it's either that he just continues on with these easy matchups, or he goes and takes this big money fight with Derek Chisora, which, by the way, has great rivalry behind it.
Fights with, and they were both very, very good, both fights. And a fight in which is still competitive now, a fight in which actually you'd probably make Derek Chisora a favorite, because although Chisora hasn't been looking the best lately, he still has a little bit more in the tank than Dillian Whyte. He still is durable. He can still hold a reasonably good shot. He doesn't have the legs to, you see the way he fights now. He can't pressure like he used to. He can't work for 3 minutes of a round like he used to, but he still has enough left in the tank. And I think him against Dillian Whyte at this point now, if it's going to happen in Zimbabwe, that's the fight to make.
Wait, Zimbabwe? That's a pretty good location. Now, are they going to headline that fight, or are they, I don't know, are they going to have them in an undercard or some sort of maybe a co-main event? But yeah, that'll be interesting, right? Either way, man, I like Dillian Whyte. I'm going to tell you one of the things I like about Dillian Whyte, right? The guy was a former kickboxer. He also has one fight in MMA where it literally took him 15 seconds. It was a 15-second fight in MMA. Let me see if I can look that up. Hopefully this doesn't get copyright struck in any way, but I'm going to look up Dillian Whyte's MMA fight. Dillian Whyte in MMA. Let's see. Because honestly, Dillian Whyte, what is this? Yeah, here we go. Dillian Whyte.
And let's see what this mix brings us. 43 versus 19, upright fighter versus jiu-jitsu man. And I tell you now, Mark Stroud will be making a big mistake if he stands and trades with Dillian.
As you said, that a good leg kick, but a right hand follows.
There it is. There it is. That's Dillian Whyte in MMA right there for you. Okay, that's Dillian Whyte in MMA in a nutshell. Okay, let's go back to G-Man, finish this up right here.
Derek Chisora has Otto Berlin next. That's a good chance of winning that fight, to be honest with you. And if he wins that, Dillian Whyte is the only fight I think to make. Because Dillian Whyte, again, he's not going to make a run at world level. Yeah, I've seen some people in the post-fight review were saying, I thought it was a good fight. Listen, you put Johnny Fisher in with Ebenezer Tete and Johnny Fisher wins. No questions asked. Seriously, that's how poor Tete is. That's the level Dillian Whyte is at now. very poor level. He's not going to make a run at world level. He's not going to win any world titles. He's not going to trouble the guys in the top 10, the Parkers, the Dubois, the Zangs, the Bacolis. He's not going to trouble any of those guys. One last payday, maybe against Joshua, probably against Derek Chisora. And that is what I think the future holds for Dillian Whyte. I wanted to do this video the week after, but as I said, it's so busy with Fury Usyk, you can't really. That's what I think is Dillian Whyte has left. The likes of a Joshua comeback fight or close off Chisora's career.
Now, look, in both of those fights, I don't like I like his chances with Chisora. I don't know if I like his chances with Anthony Joshua, and that's just being honest. Okay, yeah, I don't like his chances with Anthony Joshua whatsoever. I think Anthony Joshua, I mean, he's declining as well. We all decline in this game as you get older, right? But I think it's a lot more pronounced on Dillian Whyte's side more than anything. So, all right. So I'll be right back. I'm going to play a video for you guys. One of my classic videos that I have up here from 5 months ago. And then, yeah, we will be right back. Enjoy. To what had happened in the raid during the terrorist attack that had happened in a synagogue and also towards Russian Christian Orthodox churches that were also affected. And the FSB, which is the Federal Bureau of Russia, investigated Khabib and his team. As a result, Khabib had decided to go and flee Russia. Now, there's something that's really serious about this, right? And not only that, really the consequences that are going to come out of this, I think, is going to be very bad for Khabib, in particular his family, because we know that he was able to escape. But what about the rest of his family? And how is he going to, let's say, talk about this in a way that can be spinned towards the Russians? In other words, would he just say to them that maybe I left because I felt that there was a safety issue due to the terrorist attack, which in that turn would honestly be very reasonable? Or could it be one of those situations where he could get tried for treason? And we don't know what each country does when they charge somebody with treason. It all varies. But I think what's going to happen with Khabib is he now has to look for places to exile. There's going to be a couple of options. America is one example. For one, why? America is obviously at war with Russia. In the same reverse sense where you have Edward Snowden, who is harbored by the Russians due to his infractions with the U.S. government, whistleblowing. And as a result, Talavera Jr. says KFC versus Popeyes versus Churches versus Jollibees. What exactly do you mean by that comment? Please elaborate more on that comment if you can. But as I was saying, several reasons why America would be one of the choices. The other choice is a UAE, I believe. They are fried chicken restaurants. Oh, so you're asking which one I like out of all of them. Jollibees is something that is very niche in this part of the United States. I don't know if they have it in the East Coast or if they have it anywhere else, but they definitely have it out here west, Bay Area and Los Angeles and whatnot. I've tried all of them, obviously. Who hasn't at this point, right? Church's Chicken. I've had one of those. Jollibees, Popeyes. I'm going to say Popeyes would probably top that list, but that is my own subjective opinion, Talavera Jr. But moving on, why else would the United States be a reason for Khabib to exile in? The United States right now is in conflict with Russia. Right now, they don't have an extradition treaty. And as a result, Khabib can absolutely be harbored. And guess what? he talked to Donald Trump. I don't know if that had something to do with it, but you would imagine that if Donald Trump was to get into office at a time where, let's say, Khabib exiled into the UAE or Abu Dhabi or something like that, only then you can realize that, you know what, maybe Donald Trump can do something in terms of power and influence in order to get him here. But that's a stretch because obviously Donald Trump still has to win. On top of that, he has to get into office. You also have to take into consideration the timeline of when the U.S. election is going to be, as opposed to Khabib now in extradition. He now has to look for a country that will be willing to take him in as a refugee, as a war refugee, or as an asylum seeker. Because this definitely qualifies in terms of being an asylum seeker. A European governor said that we had an estimated 3 months till World War III. Where do you think that's true? Dave do I think that it's true that it's World War III? No, I don't think. The reason why I don't think it's possible is because I think that we are in a generation right now where I think it's very unusual to have a full-scale war. I think the type of warfare that is going on right now is more of a small, non-conventional forces, special forces, small teams, and things of that nature. I don't think they're willing to fight at a much bigger scale using big infantries and whatnot. So I see the chat going on right now. So Dave Capillo asked, where are you from? I am from Sacramento, California right now. And so also on the chat, it says here, I think it was a Serbian governor or Hungarian. Okay, so you brought up some good points there. Well, not points, but rather some good countries there that Khabib could possibly go to, because a lot of these former Soviet states, by the way, are not all that affiliated with Russia, right? Or nor that they have any authority over them. Shout out to Sacramento. Shout out to where you're from, Dave. Let me know where you're from. Type on the comments, everybody, where you guys are from, as we continue on with this live story going on right now with Khabib as it develops in this particular time. So Khabib leads Russia. Let's take a look at what we get out of this. So he fled Russia and is currently wanted by the government. The former UFC champion also spoke out against nightclubs and risque plays in Dagestan, which resulted in some of his followers issuing death threats to various actors and rappers performing at these events. Okay. Leaves Russia after. Yeah, so I know Jesse on Fire did, what is this? The US and Germany also have reinstalled the draft. Greetings from Germany. Okay, that's what's up. Thank you for those that are tapping in to Germany, that are watching me right now and following this story with me live. The Russian government raided the gym and froze his bank accounts. Yes, okay. So that is exactly what had happened. His I hope World War III doesn't kick off anytime soon, but it seems to be heating up.
Really close with him, and he was like
I tell you what, if World War III is kicking off in some kind of way, I got to be honest with you, this could actually be good for Khabib, because at least there will be parties out there that will harbor him. And this is one of the reasons why I say that the United States could be one of those places, maybe out here in Northern California. I mean, he trains out here, right? So why would it not be a possibility that Khabib would come and train out here in California as a result of that, but also live here with all of these going on right now?
Good friend of mine. That's all I would keep hammering, is I would be like, to try to even imagine how proud he must have been to be your father, and such like, well.
So what Jesse on Fire is talking about right now is when Khabib had met Vladimir Putin back in 2018, post Conor McGregor during that big fight in which the whole world was watching, right? So just within less than 24 hours, Khabib touches down in Russia. Within 12 hours, because he didn't want to stay in Vegas, he jumped straight into the plane and went back home to Russia. So now the tables have turned. He's no longer one of Vladimir Putin's favorite guys. And quite frankly, if Vladimir Putin wanted to, he could stop all of this, right? But he chooses not to. I can't believe that we're seeing the day where Khabib is actually criminalized by the Russians. There was a terrorist attack in Machkala. Yes, Dave, I did a story on that. And Dagestan's weird lot of casualties. Oh, hold on. What did he say here? He said, where lots of casualties and a few of the terrorists have boundaries to his gym. I think what Dave is trying to say is that they had access to his gym and things of that nature. Okay, yes, that's very true. By the way, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe as we give full coverage of this. And shout out to Jesse on Fire, because he's one of the few and only MMA content creators that's sort of covering this particular story right now. And guess what? I will as well.
He was such a major contributing
That's why they
factor
rated
to
his
the
gym.
man to be.
Hey, that's right, Dave. Watch one of the videos that I had put up. It's one of my latest videos that I have out right now. So please check it out as we go on with this reaction right now.
Game that I don't know. Everybody dies, and I think he died with a full heart. You know what I mean? But anyway, I mean, we don't even need to watch this whole thing. I'm sure you guys have seen it. The bottom line is, okay.
Brandon Emily says, it's just me, bro. It's just me, bro. What exactly do you mean by that? Sorry for my writing, but most of the time when I type it, I switch into my native language. Yeah, no problem, Dave. Hey, shout out to everybody that's in Germany that's tapped in with me right now. I don't think there's a lot of U.S. media right now that's covering Khabib fleeing Russia. So like and subscribe as I'm giving you guys this full content of entertainment while also learning real time what is going on.
Hey, not only are they meeting here, they're on great terms, but you have this story as well, okay? Where this is, I confirm this 2 different places, right? Where it's Vladimir Putin gave Khabib Nurmagomedov $20 million in property after the Conor McGregor fight.
How about this? So Vladimir Putin gave Khabib $20 million in property after the Conor McGregor fight. Now, that right there is a little bit interesting right now. How does this relate to the story? We're going to find out.
So the biggest box office in UFC history was lucrative for Nurmagomedov in more ways than one, according to Dana White. So Dana White confirming that. Habib allegedly received a life-changing phone call from Russian President Vladimir Putin in the aftermath of 229.
By the way, shout out to Jesse on Fire for letting me react to his video, but in audio form, obviously, because it's less sketchier that way.
UFC President Dana White.
Salam, I have to go. I will come back next time when you go. Hey, thank you, Dave. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Also, tell everybody in Germany to tap in. At least, you know, anybody that does understand English, or who knows, maybe one day I may learn German and do a separate German MMA podcasts, right? But that's probably the advantage if you know multiple languages. Perhaps maybe you can do podcasts in all of them. But yeah, nonetheless, like and subscribe. Tell everybody to like and subscribe, and also come back later and watch from beginning to end, because you never know what you're going to get out of this content, and you never know where I'm going to go around the United States, around the world, while covering fights and giving you the best and most epic mixed martial arts content in the history of mankind. Let's go.
Detailed a call that took.
I will. Take care, you seem. I think there's a bit of a typo there, but it's all good. I understand what you mean. We all speak the same language when it comes to the same enthusiasm for the world of combat sports and combat athletics. So here we go.
Place immediately after Nurmagomedov's first UFC title defense against Conor McGregor. He didn't even make.
So this gift was given after the Conor McGregor win.
Make it back to his dressing room after the fight, and Putin was on the phone. White recently told Games with Names podcast. Putin gave him and his father like $20 million worth of property in Russia. Then he went into the Muslim territories where these guys are like cars, money, gyms, whatever he wanted. The alleged gifts from Putin went a long way to remedying the $500,000 Nurmagomedov was fined that evening for self-defense. Nurmagomedov was penalized for leaping into the crowd post-fight and brawling with McGregor's teammate Dylan Dennis. It's so crazy that Dylan Dennis is in this story, man. It's like, I mean, he trolled his way into an international incident, dude. The chaos spilled over in the cage. Swept up.
Yeah, so shout out to Dylan Dennis for trolling his way into an international incident, according to Jesse.
Nurmagomedov, so on and so forth. So, I mean, listen, dude. But this is also very important here, too, right? Like, this article sets the tone that Khabib is connected with some very powerful people, right? Because here you go. Also, Nurmagomedov is no stranger to rubbing shoulders with powerful people in Russia. He was once gifted a Mercedes by Putin's ally and Chechen dictator Ramzan Kadyrov.
Yeah, that's right. Ramzan Kadyrov also gave him a gift, which was a Mercedes-Benz after the Conor McGregor fight.
The majority of Nurmagomedov's training camps were also reported funded by Russian
oligarchs. And so from what Jesse was saying earlier was that what Khabib did with that $20 million worth of assets into property value, he flipped that and used it to build gyms within the Muslim territories of Russia, which is Dagestan and Chechnya. Now, I have a feeling that particular money has something to do with whatever it is that the Russians are investigating in terms of maybe terrorist funding transactions, perhaps.
Zadin, sorry, I can't pronounce that. Magomedov, what you can take away from this is that Khabib was connected all over the place in the highest places in Russia, right? Like the highest place in Russia. As we're going to look at later, though, this guy that they mentioned, this guy has an interesting history, though. I'm about to tell you about some interesting research about this guy, but some other research I did is I found out that 40% of you still have not subscribed to the channel. I would appreciate it very much if you would do that. It makes a huge difference for me. It's not a big deal for you, but like I said, very helpful to the channel, and I work really hard. I would appreciate it if you guys do that. And like the video, and then especially in this case,
so,
not just like
Jesse has some interesting information here.
Now, this is really important right here because when you look into Magomedov and you keep in mind that he is cited all over the place.
Okay, so what Jesse is talking about right now is a Dagestani billionaire that, by the way, was funding Khabib in the early parts of his career. So let's keep in mind, okay? We're talking about Magomedov, right? He is a billionaire from Dagestan who, by the way, was charged by the Russian government, and Khabib pleaded for this guy to have mercy. We're going to continue.
As an ally of Khabib all over the place, like all over the place. He was with Khabib, Abdulmanap, all of that. So this guy is...
He funded Khabib's career early on.
A big-time billionaire in Russia who had political favor with the Putin regime, so on and so forth, etc. If I got into the details of this entire story, it would take up the entire video. But what you need to understand is that he fell out of favor and he was arrested for corruption.
And not only that, he was also tortured and beaten and had all of his money taken away. And by the way, Conor McGregor has mentioned this during their press conference leading up to their fight.
Charges, somehow related to a super yacht that Vladimir Putin got, whatever. The bottom line is, this guy was doing what I would assume most Russian oligarchs are doing, but they prosecuted him for it. They seized $13 billion of his money and is now being distributed all over the place. He has been sentenced to 19 years in prison. Okay,
so they took $13 billion from this guy. Put that in perspective. Magomedov, this gentleman that they're talking about, $13 billion, not million, $1 billion, arrested him and put him in jail.
Sentenced to an obscene amount of time, right? They appealed the conviction and the courts reduced it by 6 months. So it went from 19 years to 18 years, 6 months, right? Now, the more that you read about this, I'm not saying the guy's innocent or guilty or whatever. I don't know anything about Russian politics. What I do know is that this has political prosecution all over it. That's like the entire story. It's about how, it's like, group powerful Putin insiders are, became enemies with this guy. And so they're putting him in jail, seizing all his assets, and they are, essentially like seizing his power, right? And this is a guy who had been with Khabib and Abdulmanap from the very beginning. And so as we get into the next parts of these stories, you got to go, let me just make sure I understand this. So this guy was one of the most powerful people in Russia, right? This was one of the most powerful people in Russia, and now he's sitting in prison, right? And he's someone who was a funder of the gym and funder of what they were doing. And now Khabib went from one of the most celebrated people in the country to now he's fled the country and has no intention of coming back. And they seized all his assets, his bank accounts, all this. It's like, I don't know. It just seems like there's no way to know if that's what's behind this, but it seems like a very, very likely scenario as we'll get into it. But you also have the terrorist attack and all kinds of other stuff. All right, so this is just another article confirming that.
All right, so yeah, there's just a lot going on there, right? Obviously, there's a terrorist attack. Not only that, there's also Khabib being involved somewhat in a way where because the guy went to his gym, and so they tie that in, but also having this issue with taxes. But then you also add his buddy, who was the Dagestani billionaire. It's just a lot going on. And because of that, man, unfortunately, this is the reason why he had to flee, because he knew that it was a losing battle.
the $20 million in property, right? So then, a couple months ago, we had this thing happen. So May 21st, 2024 is when we first heard that Khabib had a tax problem there. Or at least that's how it was presented. Like Khabib has a tax problem, and they seized his companies. If you guys remember that, it was like he seized his companies because he owed, I believe, like $3.3 million in back taxes to the Russian government. And I remember when I saw that, the first thing I thought was like, I don't understand why would they come after a guy like Khabib? He's like a national treasure. Like that just seems so bizarre to me. I'm like, I wonder what happened.
Yeah, that is the big question that a lot of people are asking. Also, is that why would they allow this to happen to Khabib, being that he's a national treasure? Well, in the previous videos that I had made, I told you guys that I look at Khabib as, most Dagestanis, for that matter of fact, most Dagestanis in Russia are literally the black people of the United States in terms of discrimination, right? So this idea that, yes, he's a national treasure to Russia, so was Muhammad Ali. And you know what? I'm going to tell you, I'll tell you later. I'll tell you why this could be monumental for Khabib and his whole entire story. Okay, I'll tell you right now. I want you to put this in perspective, right? Before Khabib was going through all of this, one of the biggest criticisms, well, not criticisms, but comparisons to Muhammad Ali was that he never really did anything political, never stepped out of line, never really spoke out that was too radical or something that stood for something that would divide people. Non-controversial, kept it within the sport and kept it as, I am a sportsman and this is my take on these matters, or I don't have a take on this matter because I am a sportsman, and kept it moving, and that was it. And that was one of the criticisms as to why you can't compare him to Muhammad Ali. Well, now I sort of feel like we're now in a situation where we can potentially make Khabib a hero in ways that we would have never imagined a couple of years ago.
I wonder what happened. I literally didn't even have any theories. I mean, I'll tell you what my one theory certainly was not, right? Was definitely not that Khabib owes back taxes, and this is like just, oh yeah, Khabib tried to duck taxes. That's why what's going on. Like, there has to be more going on here because it's Russia, But obviously that was the first time that Conor weighed in, and then he got into it with all the Abdelaziz. And I want to cover that part specifically because I got into a conversation with a couple guys recently about Conor, Ali, guys like these that I want to go over after I kind of go through this, right? So Conor's, I don't know, I can't.
So the next thing that Jesse is going to talk about, and by the way, this is fresh for me watching this, right? I sort of figured, you know what? Nobody else is doing this content in terms of Khabib fleeing Russia, and maybe it's a new thing, and maybe you'll see a lot of more people go into it. But of course, Conor had to interject, and this is the most important part that I think Jesse is going to talk about, it, well, at least in terms of MMA, right? Conor McGregor having something to say about it. Of course he's going to have something to say about it. Any low-hanging fruit that you have of your ops, of your enemies, of your opposition, your rivals, or anything to that extent, you're always going to talk down about them in every kind of way in order to diminish whatever it is that they have going on. Now, obviously, the heated rivalry, the deep-seated hatred that comes with Conor McGregor and Khabib, I think only reflects whatever it is that Conor McGregor has to say. But under no circumstances, really, could you take Conor McGregor as an objective observationist or an observator, an observationist observator. You can't take him for an objective person of observation. You just can't, because they're enemies and they're always going to talk down about each other, and that's what it is.
I remember exactly what Conor said. Something Conor bloated about Khabib's tax situation, and Ali responded.
You think Alex Pereira could beat John Jones or Tom Aspinall? By the way, that's going to be the next video that I'm going to drop tomorrow. I'm going to talk about John Jones and, once again, putting Tom Aspinall out of the loop. But for now, we're going to talk about the geopolitical side of mixed martial arts. Tomorrow, we're going to talk about the kicks and punches of all of that, because I want to save the kicks and punches portion of the MMA analytics into that. But for now,
you keep talking about Khabib. You forgot what happened to you and your team. Be careful what you wish for, because none of you guys are safe if you keep talking. So between this comment and one related to Conor in one of these cases he's dealing with, I've had like multiple conversations with people about this, where
I don't understand why people discount this kind of thing when it comes to Ali or it comes to like Conor, right? Like these guys are serious guys, you know. Like I'll tell you exactly what I was talking about. Who I was talking to about it when it came to Conor. I was talking about Red Pill. You know, Red Pill. Go check out his YouTube channel. When he was doing the story about Conor and the cases and all that stuff, and he's like, I don't know, man. Like, do you think that I should be worried? I'm like, yes, 100% you should be worried. Like you live in Ireland. Like you live in Ireland. I could do a video about Conor and not really have to worry about it. You live in Ireland, dude.
Yeah, so this is a good point that Jesse is making right now. Off topic, something that is a little on the sidelines. I did make a video about it with Conor McGregor and his ties to the Irish mob, which, by the way, me saying that, that's not snitching. That's literally public information, and I go into it in that particular video. Go check it out. But what Jesse is talking about here is that how dangerous Conor is if you do live in Ireland based on the connections that he has going on in that part of the world. Now, has Khabib ever gone to Ireland? I don't think he has, and I think there's a good reason for that, and I think he understands, and I think that he's tapped in to understanding street culture from around the world and the politics of what is what in certain places. I think he understands that there is a reason why you rarely, or if any time, you've ever seen Khabib in Ireland, because Conor McGregor is a very well-connected man in that part of the world. But you know what? Khabib is also very well-connected in his part of the world, or at least was. But here's what I think. I think he still is to a certain degree.
You understand who Conor's with? Like, you understand who his crew is? Who his friends are? You just did a story about this. He's dialed in with literally the top international crime syndicate in Ireland.
And so a lot of people will always ask, well, why is it that somebody like Chris Brown joined the Bloods? And why is it that somebody like Conor McGregor joined the Irish mob? And by the way, you know who else is in a gang? Shia LaBeouf, yes, the dude from Transformers, is in a Sureño Mexican Southsider gang in LA, right? But here's something you got to understand with that, right? In the gang culture, in the gang world, here's something you got to understand. It's like a relationship, right? Only those people in that relationship understand why they are compatible with each other. So if you look at a guy like Tekashi 6ix9ine, or anybody that is in less successful cases of that, or more successful cases of that, somebody like Tupac, who was never really tapped into the LA gang culture to begin with, why would anybody who's this famous want to be a part of that? Well, the answer is every man, I swear to you, wants to be dangerous in some kind of way. And some go about it in a different way. Some men want to be dangerous in a way where they lift weights all day and they think that's going to help them. Some men go out and learn martial arts. That does help. Some men go out and join gangs, and that does help in terms of strength in numbers and things of that nature. And then some men want all of that. Also, including the military. You could also become a dangerous man joining the military and learning skills there. But that is the reality of it. Most men want to be dangerous. So if you have this notion of, well, why is Chris Brown or Conor McGregor or Shia LaBeouf, all these guys have already made it or have money, why would they want to join a gang or be part of a mafia? Well, this is why. Every man wants to be dangerous. It's just that it depends on who you are, what kind of environment you grew up in, and what type of role models you have. That sort of dictates what type of dangerous it is that you want, or just an alpha male, period.
The top guy, the Kinahan guy, is one of the most powerful gangsters in the world. These are his boys. These are his people. And we're talking about witnesses who got their houses firebombed or had, like, you know, oh, this woman, someone broke into her house and stabbed her husband, whether that had anything with Conor or not.
Yeah, so it is quite significant to understand that a witness, somebody that is supposedly going to testify against Conor McGregor, had her house broken into, and not only that, had her husband stabbed. I don't know what to say. I mean, there's no evidence of it. That's the only thing that you can say, but
he has his new.
I do think says if Alex Pereira wins, John Jones, Tom Aspinall, and Derek Lewis were trapped in a room, who do you think comes out the winner? John Jones, I would think. No, maybe Tom Aspinall, because he seems to be the favorite right now. But yeah, I would say Tom Aspinall.
New restaurant firebombed. Like, dude, Connor can touch you. Connor will touch guys. I mean, just bottom line. You look at him, most people like see celebrity and they're like, oh, dude, it's all talk. No, it's not.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest misconceptions a lot of people have when it comes to, let's say, somebody that is, a real gangster, but also has this persona in the world of entertainment or sports. They also do that with Ja Morant also in the NBA, if you guys are very familiar with that as well.
No, it's not. If you think just because you know who a person is, that means they don't have resources, where like they're way more dangerous than you give them credit for, you're out of your mind. They're just wrong. I heard a story about Andrew Tate sending 2 cars full of people to somebody who was yapping, and a bunch of Eastern Europeans showed up at the guy's place.
So that's not unusual. Like, here's the thing, right? If you're tapped into the street and gang culture and you can use it to your advantage, why would you not? Right? Like, who among you would not love to have the idea of, hey, you mess with me, I can come do something to you? This is the reason why we have dictators, kings, and corrupt presidents in the world.
And he's like,
and it just so happens that some people are able to exercise that power through the streets and within those connections of that particular stratosphere.
You know what I mean? Like Andrew Tate, I guess that shouldn't shock anyone. But Ali Abdelaziz, you think Ali's friends with Hamza Kadyrov? It's not like, we're not talking about like 2 actors.
Yeah, Ali Abdelaziz is also a dude that is not to be messed with, right? Put it this way, Conor McGregor, Ali Abdelaziz, they're both not to be messed with, but they both just happen to be each other's ops at the current moment of time. And it is what it is.
Actors in Hollywood. These guys have fucking resources. They're just like, I just bring it up because like when people think about this stuff and you read it, it's like, if you're interested in this stuff, you should at least understand what you're looking at. You think Ali can't touch you? I mean, I don't think he would necessarily like.
Yeah, I think Ali could definitely touch a lot. Let me tell you something. Ali Abdelaziz is one of the most dangerous men in MMA, right? And let me tell you a story about when he had TMZ and the whole Dominance fighters in the studio. They asked the Dominance fighters, hey, who in here would win in a no rules fight where weapons would be allowed? And they said it was Ali Abdelaziz. Put that in perspective. You had some of the most violent, most technical, most dangerous fighters in that room within the camp of Team Dominance with Ali Abdelaziz, Justin Gaethje, the names go on, Kamaru Usman, all those guys being asked by TMZ, who is the most dangerous guy in a no rules where weapons are allowed match? They said Ali Abdelaziz. That kind of tells you that Ali Abdelaziz, he's got his own gangster going on, man.
One of us or anything, or any, like, obviously. But you think Ali can't get to you? You think Connor can't get to you? You think that any of these guys, this is gangster shit. This is like international gangster shit we're talking about. Anyway, moving on. So this.
Yeah, well said. That's exactly what it is. It is international gangster shit for sure.
Anyone with $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans may qualify for help from National Debt Relief.
This is a story that I saw like today, because I was just looking at the story and I found this. It's like, oh, so Habib has, because I saw something that said Habib has no intention of coming back to Russia. And I was like, whoa, he's like on the run. So I found that this happened right after the taxing. This is also, this is May 21st of this year. And, Habib escaped Russia after owing $3 million in taxes. And so Habib Nurmagomedov obtained a United Arab Emirates citizenship according to Russian journalists. And he has no intention of coming back. So according to multiple reports from Russian journalists, Habib, keep in mind this is all before the terrorist.
Okay, so Khabib is a UAE citizen, which means he has no intention of going back to Russia. Just keep that in mind right now.
That's happening in Dagestan. It's all before all of that, and then his gym gets ready. Like, it's actually insane that all this is going on. So according to multiple reports from Russian journalists, Habib Nurmagomedov has obtained UAE citizenship likely for tax purposes. The reports state that Habib is facing allegations from the Russian Federal Tax Service.
Okay. So now I'm picking up a whole lot more of what's going on right now. So here it goes. This is what's going on. Khabib obtained a UAE citizenship, right? Which allowed him to get certain tax write-offs or relief and things of that nature. I think this is what was problematic for the Russian government. On top of that, a terrorist attack happened that sort of came out of his gym, supposedly, because there was a person that trained there that was part of the attacks, although non-related to a lot of degrees. Still, this is the reason why. It's an accumulation of things. So, because as I've told you, the Russian government does not operate under a due process system. They act out of emotions. So in other words, they have this piled up and then they have this piled up. Oh, you're friends with this guy. We're going to take that as one whole case rather than as a separate case for each individual reasoning behind it. And that is what is going on. What is happening is that an accumulation of things that the Russians just want to pile into one single particular theory as to a black and white issue of, well, is Khabib a good guy? Is he a bad guy? Is he with us or is he against us? They want something just like that with really no in-betweens or any type of nuances.
Of owing over 300 million rubles, which is 3.3 million, due to discrepancies in his business expenses. This led to a comprehensive audit of numerous ventures, including the freezing of accounts of some of his companies like Eagle FC.
Dinkelstein says, who do you think is winning between Aspinall and Blades and why? Okay, so I'm going to answer this real quick and then we'll get back to the topic at hand, right? I'm going to have to say that Tom Aspinall is going to win by split decision. I think that he's going to really take him to the max when it comes to the wrestling, but I think Tom Aspinall is going to have a lot of good off the back scrambles. And not only that, also his own wrestling offense that is going to challenge Curtis Blades. I could see this being really a 5-round decision for Tom Aspinall. But why Tom Aspinall? I think he's going to get the better of the boxing exchanges. So this is going to be high-level heavyweight fighting at its best. So now back to the Khabib story.
Amid these tax controversies in Russia, Russian journalists claim that Khabib has acquired UAE citizenship. The UAE is known to grant citizenship.
So keep in mind that the UAE citizenship is very significant in this matter because this is one of the main reasons why the Russians are sort of going after Khabib. It's because of this particular issue that is going on with his citizenship as a UAE citizen while also being allowed certain tax reliefs. Do you think the U.S. should have an open border or a closed border? Well, that's not up to me. I do things to answer your question because obviously they're going to have their own decision-making process as to why they're going to do one thing over the other. I would think that if you run a nation, you would want borders, right? For whatever reasons you want. Obviously, there's health issues that are also involved. You don't know what type of diseases that may be coming from one border to the other. And even on the other side, that's something that they should do. 9090 says he's going to KO or sub Blades in the first round. Almeida, what was this? Almeida was ragdolling Blades and was very easily getting caught. Yes. So 9090, to answer your question on that, right? The reason why I think that the fight is going to go the way that it does, I think you have to take into consideration they're going to be fighting at 5 a.m. in the morning, right? As the co-main event, because obviously Bilal and Leon are the headliner. I think that's going to play a factor in some kind of degree. I don't know how long they're really going to have to adjust to that. Curtis Blades is training in America right now, and Tom Aspinall isn't doing any different types of training other than obviously just training in the morning time. Curtis Blades is a tough out, but he's going to have sleeping pattern issues going into this fight in Manchester. And that is the reason why I gave the prediction exactly as how I said it would be. The scramble exchanges, Tom outboxing him, but also Curtis giving a good account of himself. But at the same time, I think it's going to go to the scorecards regardless. So back to the Khabib story.
To individuals with exceptional talents, which would apply to Khabib's martial arts prowess.
Okay, so they're talking about reasons of how you can obtain UAE citizenship. One of them is having exceptional talents, Khabib obviously is one of them. And guess what? If you grant citizenships to people like that, it makes your nation look good. It's the same thing with America, right? What they've been doing for years. They bring in the best people in the world. You got doctors from Asia, engineers coming over here. And that's just what America does. That's just what any nation does when they want to strive for excellency. And UAE and America are no different in that aspect.
Success in MMA, obviously. This allows Khabib to avoid paying taxes in Russia as residents.
So there you go, right here. This right here is the reason why we have this problem in the first place. It avoids him from paying taxes in Russia. And you got to understand, Russia right now has serious budget issues with their military. Even though they are winning, there is no winning in war because of the expenditure that you have to put out based on the economic expenses that come with war. And then you got this guy who can be a major contributor to your nation based on his outside businesses, instead of using his businesses under Russian names and under Russian LLCs. He goes and does it with the UAE or with the Americans. And guess what? It becomes a problem for Russia's economy. So there you go.
So the UAE.
The main reason and the main thesis is because guess what? They can't profit off of Khabib anymore.
Do not pay income tax. Man, what's up, dude? Hey, you want to know who else is talented, dog? Me. Anyway, I can just move to Puerto Rico, though. This move is seen as a significant shift for the former UFC champion and is likely motivated by tax issues, whatever. But Khabib's team has denied allegations of tax debt. The reports from Russia, yada, yada, yada. So, whatever. This is mostly about taxes, but in the story now, where they seize his assets, they're like, he's not going back. Okay, so this is where the things got really serious.
Okay, so now the next subject we're going to get to, obviously, is one of the hottest subjects that is going on right now. Obviously, it's in my catalog in the video section where I talk about the terrorist attack that had happened in Dagestan and the difference between the American FBI and the FSB and how they're going to investigate, and the due process versus going off of emotions. So here we go.
Right. So while I was in Mexico, the story about the terrorist attacks happened. And actually, I'm going to show you guys a video that covers this, right? And it also covers some stuff about even, that's what it's about. So we'll look at that too. But as you guys know, there was a bunch of terrorists who went and shot a bunch of synagogues and churches. Very gnarly attack. When you go over it, you guys will know they burned them down. 22. It ended up being 22 people got killed altogether. A lot of them cops, and then religious leaders in the buildings and so on and so forth.
Okay, so 22 people have passed away in this attack, by the way. And what's interesting is that it was not really mentioned in U.S. news or European news. Now, again, we have some Europeans in the chat from Germany, from people around the world tapped in. Let me know if you guys had any reports on this particular subject. And the reason why I don't think there's a lot of reports on this particular subject is due to the fact that it's Russia. And being that it's Russia, and not the United States, and the United States having conflict with Russia, they're not going to report it. So something to think about.
Oh, one of the things that people are like, why hasn't Khabib, I'm sorry, pretty important detail. One of the gunmen had trained at Khabib's gym for some period of time. It's like Khabib condemned the attacks very clearly. I posted on Instagram about it. He didn't mince any words. He completely condemned the attacks. And he straight up completely distanced himself from the guy. He's like, dude, this guy has nothing to do with us. He trained with us for a couple months, like 5 years ago. But then they raided his gym, right? And so this is a video that was done that kind of covers a lot of the stuff related to the attacks, and then also the gym getting raided. So we're going to watch that, and then we're going to move on to what happened today.
So, you guys, so we have some breaking news coming out of Dagestan, Russia, where Khabib's gym is currently being raided by Russian security forces. So I thought I'd make this video with some of the quick research that I did to keep you all informed and ahead of any of the bullshit that's probably going to spread all over social media today. So it looks like on Sunday, June 23rd, gunmen launched a coordinated attack on churches and synagogues across 2 cities in Dagestan, which is a predominantly Muslim republic in Russia's southern region. Since the attack on Sunday, it looks like 5 of the gunmen have been killed. Among them was Gazi Murat Kagarov, who trained at Eagles MMA. A lot of you probably aren't familiar with him, but he was a 6-foot lightweight who was 2-0, and he last fought in 2021.
Yeah, so
Okay, so he was the guy that committed the attack. His name was Gazi Murat Kagirov, not Kadyrov, Kagirov. Okay, he was 6 feet tall, 155-pound fighter. So
it's fought in 2021, which means highly likely that's the last time they saw him, right? Like if he was training, why would he not be fighting?
But he hasn't been active. According to TASS, at least 8 police officers were killed, with more than 27 others sustaining injuries. On June 25th,
and 8 police officers were killed in the process.
The Moscow Times published an article stating that at least 15 police officers and 5 civilians, including a priest, were killed in these coordinated attacks. But it wasn't until
and I talked about this in my live stream. The way they killed that priest is, not that you need more reason to hate, like people who would do a thing like that, But they slit that guy's throat. A priest who had been a priest in that church for 40 fucking years, dude. 40 years. Okay, picture a 67-year-old man.
Wow. Okay, yeah, that absolutely is horrible, right? You know, they slit an old man's throat. I mean, wow. Like,
Spent the last 40 years as a religious leader, and that's how he went out. You know, bunch of fucking fanatics. Pin him down, hold him still, take away his ability to, you know, take his arms away, and cut his throat. That's how he went out, and they bled him. So, if these guys think that, you know, in whatever world they live in, whatever, you know, in their mind, go, oh, if I do this, I get to go to whatever place in the afterlife. I don't think so, dude. I don't think so. I think you've been misled. If you think that is what gets you there, no, you know, I disagree with you. Slit a priest's throat. I don't think that's going to say anywhere good today, June.
yeah, obviously, there's no need to go out and say that you condemn this. It is what it is. It's a horrific act, and it's unfortunate.
28th, that the Russian security forces raided Eagles MMA in Makhachkala. Investigations are currently underway at the school because Gavrov was a member of Eagles MMA, and apparently security forces have identified 3 fighters from the school who had close contact with him. Now, of course, Conor McGregor had.
All right, so the report is that there were fighters who had close contact with him. So if that's why they raided, you know, they're like, oh, we're raiding to circle the wagons and see who knows who. I mean, I guess that's understandable, right? There have not been any conversations that connect Khabib personally to this or any of these guys. Now, this guy's going to talk about something in a second about, I actually alluded to this.
Okay, so you know what? The way that they're painting this, right, from what it seems is that, is there a raid or is there an interview? Because there's a difference. Now, if they decided that they wanted to use the tactical forces in order to just do an interview to find out who is who and who knows what, well, again, that's just how they do it in different parts of the world. But obviously, the way that they have due process and everything in the United States, they go by the book. I don't think it's going to be that easy to bring out a tactical unit just to do an interview to ask somebody if they know such and such.
A little bit in one of my videos, this guy did this whole thing that was like meant to tie Islam Makhachev to extremist stuff. But what he covers in here is it doesn't do that at all. Like I looked at him like, this is, you remember, I'll tell you exactly what it's like. Remember when people like on 4chan convinced the world that the OK sign was white power? Like, you know, they trolled everybody, you know, hey, this means white power is the OK sign. That's one of the funniest trolls ever. Not actually, Pepe the Frog is the funniest one. The Pepe the Frog means white supremacy. That's the funniest troll in the history of the world. But that's what this sounds like to me. You'll see it right in a second.
I have a lot to say on social media. As you all know, he's been consistently accusing Khabib, his manager Ali, and that camp of many wrongdoings for quite some time.
Okay, so now, yeah, here we go. Again, Conor McGregor, right? Conor McGregor writes on his, oh wait, no, I think Conor McGregor is responding to somebody named Ozzy Kozak, says Russian security forces are raiding Khabib's martial arts school in Makhachkala in connection with the recent terrorist attacks. And Conor responds by saying, hashtag Conor was right.
But we'll save all that for another video. However, it is worth noting that according to an update shared on X by James Perazzo, the FSB has announced to Dagestani media that all Dagestani MMA gyms are being investigated and inspected for religious extremist elements. So expect this.
Okay, so from what it says here, according to James Perazzo, I believe he's some sort of MMA journalist, he says that the FSB has announced through Dagestani media that all Dagestani MMA gyms are being investigated and inspected for religious extremism. And again, this is why it's a little bit different in other countries, right? They don't just go out and target specific religious groups, although one can argue that the FBI has sort of done that in ways where they sort of plant like some sort of weird sting operations, you know, using plants and but whatever.
Not to get to the game. Okay, so given that, all right, so given that the FSB announced through the media that they are investigating all Dagestani MMA gyms, well, that exonerates Khabib from this thing right there, right? At the very least, I mean, maybe it doesn't exonerate him on his own, but it takes away any idea that like Khabib's gym is being raided because they have specific connection to the terrorist attacks. You know what I mean? Like, if they raided everyone, Khabib had his own one of the gyms. It doesn't mean that they're targeting his. We already know there was a guy who trained there a long time ago, but Khabib immediately condemned the guy.
And I also want to make it very clear that Khabib has condemned these attacks and he clarified his association with Gavrov. So they're not staying quiet about it and they're not going to let the narrative be written on their behalf. Now, I'm not too,
like I said, I posted on Instagram about that.
So yeah, that is important worth noting. Obviously, Khabib has obviously went out and condemned these attacks, right? And again, you can argue one way or the other, right? That of course he has to go out and say that he's a public figure, but let it be known in facts that that's what it is. Okay, so now here's the next thing they're going to talk about, the one finger that Islam Makhachev always does, right? Which, by the way, symbolizes what a lot of people, many is to say is the ISIS gang sign or whatever. A lot of people sort of associate this as an ISIS gang sign. I'm going to tell you right now that this right here, you literally do this when you are doing your Islamic prayer, right? If you've ever seen anybody that's sort of kneeling on the ground in the kneel position during the prayer, they have their right hand like this, okay? So, like that. So this right here. And then this is also to symbolize the oneness of God. And I'll tell you a little story about that, right? It was at Eid where I had this Iraqi gentleman who got mad at me, by the way, for doing this in a photo, because he said it was like, well, okay, you know, this is an ISIS gang symbol of some sort. I'm like, no, it's not. This is saying the oneness of God, and I believe in one God and only one God, right? I'm meaning that I'm not a pagan, that I only believe in one God. That's literally what it means. But that is the controversy that Jesse is going to talk about here.
That immediately and point that out. Because some people go, why can't he condemn the attacks? I'm like, he did. He literally did immediately, like firmly. There was no I don't know. He didn't mince any words, you know. So this is what I'm talking about right here. Okay, so this I don't know who this James Barrazzo guy is, but listen to this connection that he made. This is how he's connecting Islam Makhachev to extremist Muslim whatever.
Too sure who Barrazzo is, but he has made some interesting tweets in the past with Islam, Khabib, and extremist groups. So we'll see what comes of all this. But all I know is
okay, so I'm sorry, he didn't even go over it. Let me rewind. This is what his conclusion is in this right here. Okay, it says the one finger in the air sign was brought back to life by ISIS in 2013, quickly spreading across the Sunni world. Okay, so this, all right, hey, we're number one. They're all look at that.
Yeah, so Jesse is obviously mocking the whole thing, like, hey, we're number one. Look at that. Yeah, exactly. What all this is saying is that God, Allah, is number one. That's all that it means.
Look at Islam Makhachev supports ISIS. Oh, I mean, you want to say that 100% of fighters tonight had held up one finger? Like,
and then Jesse is here saying, so now all of a sudden, because of that, the connection that you made with ISIS fighters doing this, that Islam Makhachev somehow supports them.
That's pretty standard procedure. Okay, I don't know anything about Islam Makhachev other than that if that is your evidence.
But I think they're obviously reaching, right? It's a reach. That's what these media people do. That's what they do. They go out and do things for clicks. Hey, I do it too because I want your views. I want all of you to watch. And right now, I want you to like and subscribe as we are continuing on for another 10 minutes so I can run up 1 hour exactly on this one while we finish this up and take it home.
You better beef that up a little bit, dude. You know what I mean? This is yeah. I mean, all this says undisputedly a longtime friend of the terrorists. How is that undisputed? Who said that? That's the opposite of what Habib said. Islam is always going to be. Habib said the exact opposite of that. So I don't know. And you know what I mean? It's like, okay, so I just want to make sure that I've captured your position on this. Look, dude, I don't live in that.
All right, let's slow this down so that you can understand what he's saying. I think he may be talking about some important points here.
I can say I don't know anything. What I do know is when people present bullshit as like, oh, see, look. I'm like, that tells us nothing, dude. All you've done is hurt your own credibility. So what you've got is a dude who says this undisputedly, you know, that he's a long-term friend of Islam Makhachev. You're like, well, I know Islam Makhachev is with Khabib literally 100% of the time. And
so this is what I said also in the videos that I have. By the way, you can check out on the catalog section of my videos and live stream. I talk about how this guy that committed this terrorist attack, he barely was ever around Khabib. You don't see pictures of him. And not only that, you don't see them walking him out to any of his fights. So how close are they really?
Khabib said the exact opposite. Where are you getting your information? Okay, you don't have any sources on that. And then to assess that one, he's all, well, also, everybody knows ISIS throws up the one finger, and look at that. So did Islam. It's like, oh, weird. Hey, so did Michael Bisping. Look at Michael Bisping threw up one finger right there.
That's what I'm saying. Everybody throws up that one finger, but obviously a different context for different people. Obviously, that Iraqi gentleman at the mosque during the Eid pictures that we took didn't take a liking to me doing that because he associated with an ISIS gang sign, but whatever.
Is he supporting ISIS or no? I mean, look, Jesse's with ISIS, dude. So fucking dumb. Anyway, so now let's continue.
Field day. All of this, though, it did make me curious to research some more around Eagles MMA. And to be honest, I learned a lot. And a lot of that is thanks.
So now he's going to talk about The Scrap, by the way. It's the channel, The Scrap, that now we're reacting to. He's talking about all the things that he had learned about the Dagestani gym of Khabib and their supposed ties to extremism of some sort.
To Kareem Zidane of Sports Politico. Now, according to Kareem, Eagles MMA was founded by a jailed Dagestani oligarch named Ziavuddin Magomedov.
That's the guy
that we had mentioned earlier.
Talked about.
Magomedov supported several Dagestani fighters financially, including Khabib, at one point. But when he and his brother were arrested in one of the highest profile Russian embezzlement prosecutions in 2018, that marked the first time that Eagles MMA was involved in criminal.
First of all, look at this dude.
So there it is. That was the first time that Khabib in his whole entire life has ever experienced being on radar, just being part of this Magomedov guy's circle.
This guy must have been such a boss when he was on top. Look at him. He's like 6'4", young, good-looking, built.
They're showing a picture of Magomedov with Khabib. And as Jesse is describing him right now.
Billionaire in Russia. This guy probably slayed so much ass, dude. Just saying.
Profile Russian embezzlement prosecutions in 2018. That marked the first time that Eagles MMA was involved in criminal activity. Unfortunately, though, that wouldn't be the last. Another took place in 2018, which we won't get into right now. But according to this article, it looks like many Dagestani athletes are falling under the influence of extremists in training camps when they go pray. The article even brought light to some alleged concerning choices Khabib has made in the past, including when he was seen shaking hands with an Olympic gold medalist in freestyle wrestling who was accused of financing terrorism and a suspect in several murder cases.
Whoa. Okay, so that right there is different, right? That's something I didn't know. So let me get this straight. A Russian Olympic gold medal wrestler is accused of funding terrorism. I've never heard that before, but that is interesting to take a look at.
Okay, again. I don't have any idea what anybody's doing. What I do know is when someone throws something ridiculous out and then, like, oh, that is pretty concerning. What happened? Like, he shook hands with the guy who was financing terrorism. Oh, yeah. So who was the guy? He was an Olympic freestyle wrestler. He's an Olympic freestyle wrestler. Yeah, and he shook his hand to a picture.
Yeah, so shaking hands with an Olympic freestyle wrestler is not really out of the realm if you're an MMA fighter. And they're somehow making that into something else.
Do you think that maybe he shook his hand because he's an Olympic wrestler that he had maybe trained with, or you think it was the other thing? Like, I don't know.
Why do I bring this up? Well, I think context is important, especially living in a world where things go viral so fast and people are quick to believe.
So there it is. Context is important, right? Khabib lives in a dominated Muslim country. Okay, everybody is all Muslim. Everybody does MMA, boxing, wrestling, or some sort of combat sports. It's possible he's going to run across this guy. Chris says, salam alaikum. Wa alaikum salam rahmatullah barakatuh. Chris, thank you for tapping in as we are reacting to Khabib fleeing Russia right now.
Things with little to no proof or research. While I'm not going to be jumping on a bandwagon of people trying to accuse wrongdoings and terrorist attacks to Khabib specifically, there is a previous history from the gym, so I'm sure more is going to come to light in the coming days. So we're going to keep you posted. In the meantime, do your own research and stay tuned. To be honest, I'm most worried about how.
Yeah, so that's it. I did a good job. You did your research, and that's why I wanted to show you that. Now, again, I don't have any idea like what anybody's doing. So like, I have no idea. All I'm saying is that the specific things that are cited as evidence of one conclusion are not that. You know what I mean? They're just not. I mean, what I will say is, like, if you are going to go into a foreign country that has a very heavy conservative Muslim population, and you're going into a place that has a population of young.
And this is exactly what I had just mentioned right now. If everybody is the same and everybody is sort of in that same Islamic mindset trajectory, I mean, you are going to run across a few people that are a bit of a fringe. Says, hey, buddy, huge MMA fan. Thanks for covering this. I'm not sure what's going on. I hope he's okay. I think he'll be okay. What I'll tell you is not okay is if he was to stay in Russia. And by the way, I'm going to end it with the Jesse on Fire reaction right now. I'm going to take these last 3 minutes and explain exactly where Khabib needs to go, or if he hasn't been already, right? So what I was trying to answer with that last chat right there with Isaac, I think it would not be okay if he was to stay in Russia. Okay, and I'm going to tell you why. Because obviously, the way that Russia operates is that they operate under the good old boys club. Okay, you got to get in good with these guys. You got to be friends with this guy. And everything is all in good when you are. And Khabib somehow managed to become part of that oligarch class, or at least have connections in that part of Russia in the upper echelons of their elite society. But there's also conflict once you get up there. In other words, people are going to try to topple you. People are going to try to set you up. There's a lot of power play that comes into being part of that oligarch class. And that is the unfortunate part about living in that part of the world, living in Russia. Also, I think it's better that he stays in the UAE. I think it's even better that he has access coming to America, training out here in Northern California. But I also think that he's going to have a lot of problems with his family who are still in Russia and how they're going to be targeted. I can't imagine with a huge family that he has, he can mobilize them within an expedited time to bring them in different countries such as the UAE, United States, or Europe, or wherever else Khabib and his family can be welcomed through the right diplomacy or the right asylum of some sort. So, unfortunately, that is all that we have for this particular live stream right now. I'm going to take one more minute to remind you guys to like and subscribe. Please support the channel so that we can help make this channel become the most epic mixed martial arts channel in the history of mankind, with covering all types of different topics that most people would be scared to talk about, but also sharing you some of my experiences from around the world and around the streets, around the politics of different parts of the world, while also giving MMA a different flavor in the YouTube space. That is all that I have right now. And for the last chat, what did he say here? Thank you so much for your time of explaining this. No, thank you. The pleasure is all mine. I hope you guys like and subscribe and check out all of my catalog from beginning to end. Live streams, check all of them out. And as I'm signing off for this one right now, watch this from the beginning to the end for all the facts and all the details regarding this new story. Inshallah. London had a show and they had a fight in a hotel lobby in which I believe it was Patty that threw a hand sanitizer at Ilya Tapora, and then hence the name, Mr. Hand Sanitizer. That's what he calls him, Mr. Hand Sanitizer. Well, now fast forward to 2024, Ilya Tapora is now getting the rub from Real Madrid in the same similar fashion that Paddy Pimblett gets the rub from Liverpool FC. Two famous football clubs that, well, in light of it, I mean, it does help. It does help having that type of rub from these big organizations. Now, the only problem is that Paddy Pimblett did not hold up his end of the bargain. They slowly they're not fast tracking him. They're slowly trying to build him up. And when you look at him fight somebody like Jared Gordon, I believe Jared Gordon was supposed to be an easy out for Paddy Pimblett. Now, from what I understand, I don't think Jared Gordon is even a top 15 or a top 10 at the time that he fought him. But nonetheless, it was supposed to be a layup for Paddy Pimblett, in which he did great, obviously, because he won, but he didn't do enough to convince the public that he was worthy of this attention. Whereas with Ilya Tapora, he puts himself out there with full confidence, predicting exactly what he's going to do, very similar to how Conor McGregor rose to the top in 2015, just right before he fought Jose Aldo, and just right before he had fought Chad Mendes. He constantly called his shots. Most of them happened, most of them didn't, but most of them were quite intriguing in a way where, you know what? Why is this guy so confident? Let's find out what it is that drives this guy to believe in himself in the way that he really does. Because, look, I've told you guys from the post-fight show for UFC 298 and in the live stream that I did, I urge you guys to check that out, because not only did I break down the fights in the prelims while I was watching a live card, but I was also breaking down the fights even after the live stream, going over why Ilya Tapora really deserved his flowers after displaying to the world what true confidence can bring. Well, now that he's champion, as I've said earlier in the content, he's now getting the rub from Real Madrid. Now, why is this important? Well, for one, not only do I think that it's going to lead him into a blockbuster fight with Paddy Pimblett, that is, if Paddy Pimblett holds his end of the bargain and perhaps becomes a UFC champion, or at the very least, an even bigger star to where he doesn't have to win championships or rankings, just like Nate Diaz. He gets all the big fights against all the former and current champions and future champions. And he's not ranked, doesn't fight for titles or anything like that. If you want to include the BMF fight or the BMF title, but you've seen how that went. So, in light of that, here's something you guys have to understand. Ilya Tapora is about to become a way bigger star than Conor McGregor. Do you have any idea how many followers Real Madrid has on their page? And I urge you guys to take a look at the numbers on that, because that's going to give you an indication of the global reach that Ilya Tapora is going to have, not just within his own country of Spain, but obviously around the world. Now, for those of you that don't know, soccer is an extremely popular sport. And as a result of that, well, not only are they garnering attention from Spain, but they are also garnering the same attention around the world, because let's face it, you don't have to live in Madrid to be a Real Madrid fan. That's just how soccer is. There's a lot of people that are fans of particular teams, and quite frankly, they don't live in these cities. And that's completely all right. But that is the reason why Ilya Tapora is going to have the reach that he has. He's going to garner the attention of many people around the world. And not only that, bring a new set of eyeballs to the sport. I'm going to tell you something. In all the years that I've researched Spanish sports, their biggest stars have always been soccer guys, never boxing guys, absolutely never MMA guys, maybe some tennis guys, but never MMA people. And this is very important to understand because not only is Ilia Topuria going to become a bigger star in Spain, but as a result, he's going to attract the attention of Spanish sports fans and get into MMA. And perhaps somewhere down the line, you're going to see an influx of Spanish fighters coming out inspired by Ilia Topuria. So here we are, a man who has surpassed Paddy Pimblett. I got to tell you, I'm quite shocked at this, but at the same time, I'm not, because I've always known Paddy to be the bigger star, or at least way before Ilia Topuria won the world title or leading up to anywhere close to that. Obviously, Paddy had a great following. Paddy was offered to join the UFC as young as 19 or 21 years old and refused it because he felt that staying in the regional scenes of Cage Warriors and with fighting within England was going to help him become a better fighter at the world stage, especially in the UFC. So he did exactly just that. Now that he's in the UFC, he still needs layup fights. He still needs easier matchups. And he's taken on older guys like Tony Ferguson, which, by the way, is probably the biggest win of his career. But even him, he proclaimed to Michael Chandler backstage after that fight and said to him, man, I really wanted to finish this guy just like you did, but I wasn't able to. Well, quite frankly, because you're not at the level of Michael Chandler. And unfortunately, you're also not at the level of Ilia Topuria, your former or current rival. And unfortunately, I don't think you can even rival anything that he does right now. Now, prove me wrong. Because I got to tell you guys, I told you from a video that I did a couple of months ago that Ilia Topuria versus Paddy Pimblett is going to be the next Conor McGregor versus Nate Diaz rivalry. If you guys remember anything about Nate Diaz and Conor McGregor's rivalry, it started based on the fact that Conor McGregor was trying to shoot for a double championship, which at the time was held by Rafael Dos Anjos. And obviously, Rafael Dos Anjos fell out of that fight, and in came Nate Diaz as a replacement after he had just fought Michael Johnson a couple of weeks prior. And then within that same contest where he defeats Michael Johnson, he gets on the mic and says to Conor McGregor, you've taken everything I've worked for, and I'm going to explain to you exactly what he means by that. What does Nate Diaz mean when he says, you've taken everything that I've worked for? And I'm going to show you how this relates to Paddy Pimblett and Ilia Topuria. Well, here it goes. When Conor McGregor came into the UFC, he was a trash talker. He was brash. Not only that, he was also very, very gangster in his persona. Just like Nate Diaz, who, by the way, comes from a very gangster place. Dublin is the same thing. You take a look at the crime chronicles of the Kenahan family and the Irish mob and all the other Irish gangs that are involved in that drug trade that they have going on there. It's a pretty gangster place. Probably a whole lot more than Stockton, if not in the same level, because obviously Stockton is number one in the murder rate of California at the current moment of time. So this is exactly what Nate Diaz means when he says that you've taken everything I've worked for. You took on a gangster persona that I brought into the UFC, that I brought into the MMA game, because prior to Nate Diaz and Conor McGregor, this sport honestly looked like a bunch of emo skater kids from Southern California in Ocean county. That's really the best way to describe the culture of MMA prior to Conor McGregor and Nate Diaz coming in. Now, here's the thing with Ilia Topuria and Ilia Topuria and Paddy Pimblett. He hasn't taken anything from him whatsoever. So as a result of that, it is Ilia Topuria that has surpassed Nate Diaz. And as a result, it is time for Nate Diaz to catch up because not Nate Diaz. It is time for Paddy Pimblett to catch up because he's got a big money fight ahead of him and he needs to go at it and get it as soon as possible. Because right now, Ilia Topuria is on a hot streak. He's got Real Madrid backing him up. As for Paddy Pimblett, he has Barstool, $1 million deal with Barstool where he talks about soccer because he's a Liverpool FC fan, and Paddy has never played soccer a day in his life, at least not in an organized fashion, not in a way that he put his life and his effort into MMA. But nonetheless, he needs to get up there because time is ticking and Ilia Topuria has already passed them. So don't let this pass you by. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and I hope that you guys enjoy the content. I will be back with more in the future, and that is my 12 minutes. Give you a little recap. Kennedy Onyejeku defeats Lucas Bresky. Right hook to ground strikes in the first round within 4 minutes and 51 seconds, just like that. How about this? After the next fight, Chase Hooper versus Clay Guida. This fight right here is the quintessential youth versus experience. 43 years old Clay Guida still belongs in the UFC, but you have to tweak out his competition. They talk about why is it that a guy like him and a guy like Jim Miller is able to fight this long. Well, the reason is because they adjusted their competition. 38-25 in his record right now. I mean, that's an insane record if you think about it. Very experienced. Chase Hooper moves on to 5-3-1. Gets an armbar submission in the first round. Great submission on the part of Chase Hooper. Mike Chiesa versus Max Griffin. Now, Max Griffin, I told you both him and Michael Chiesa are very even in the experience department. But Mike Chiesa's experience is predicated on the majority of it being UFC fights, and it showed. And not only that, he's a grappler, a specialist grappler, to which Max Griffin had no answer, and as a result, got the rear naked choke to finish the fight. Josh Van, probably one of the best boxers in the 125 division, and later on is going to be the 125 championship fight with Joshua Van. Cody Durden moves down to 17-7-1. Obviously, look, this is just a normal, typical journeyman career that he has going on. As a matter of fact, you know what? Everybody at some point in MMA becomes a journeyman. Maybe you were a hot prospect in the very beginning, and then at some point you become a journeyman. But right now, Joshua Van is improving. He's got great boxing, especially in the 125 division. He's going to be a problem for a lot of people. Chris Weidman versus Eric Anders. I think the injuries that Chris Weidman has had over the years really caught up to him. Now, obviously, both of these guys, again, very experienced, very similar, but the experience is a little bit different on the side of Chris Weidman. Now, why is that? Because Chris Weidman fought championship fights. Eric Anders, at the end of the fight, he got a ground and pound, and it just made one mistake for Chris Weidman for Eric Anders to capitalize. What did Eric Anders say afterwards? He said, I'm not really trying to fight for the belt. I'm really just trying to fight a couple more fights and then call it quits. So he's very realistic with his career, very similar to what I saw with Forrest Griffin at the end of his career. Brian Battle gets a split decision win over Randy Brown. Movsar Evloev gets a decision win over Aljamain Sterling, both very controversial. How about this Anaconda choke from Vicente Luque versus Temba Gurimbo? One mistake that he made. That's all that you need in this fight is one mistake. Speaking of one mistake, Dominic Reyes was able to capitalize on a few mistakes of Anthony Smith, ground and pounded him in the second round. And Doho Choi, how about this? Gets an elbow crucifix from Nate Landier. Just like that. And then moving on, Bryce Mitchell, elbows from the top. Look, you can't constantly be in your guard position every single second. You just can't do it. If you're and here we go, round one right now with Ian Gary and Shafkat. So yeah, anyways, as we're watching the live of well, actually, it's not live if you're going to see this later on in the video section, but yeah, we're watching Ian Gary and Shafkat live right now. But we're going to talk more about that. There's a clinch position that Shafkat has Ian Gary on. Is this the type of fighting that Ian Gary has not been used to? A consummate grappler and a heavy wrestler, grinder. And by the way, that's something that, unfortunately, Kron Gracie lacked. He was trying to pull guard the whole entire time, and he paid dearly for it with Bryce Mitchell landing elbows on top. Now, how about this? Controversial fight right here with Cyril Gane versus Alexander Volkov. Very controversial fight, okay? And the controversy of this fight is because of the fact that Alexander Volkov had the better wrestling. Now, sometimes wrestling doesn't win fights, but you know what? Cyril Gane was highly accurate in this fight. And as a result, this is a very controversial decision, but it's not indicative of Volkov because Volkov showed that he was very much improved in this fight. It just was one of those situations where whatever the judges saw was law, and they had to pick one winner, and they liked the striking over the grappling of Volkov. But great on Volkov. He was able to close into distance straight away and get the takedown. And look at this. Speaking of takedown, how about Ian Gary really fighting off this takedown from Shavkat Rakhmonov right now? Really fighting it off, but this whole entire time, Ian Gary has been stuck in this position with a Shavkat Rakhmonov, unfortunately. Yeah, he's been in this position the whole entire time. So he has to try to get out of this. So check it out, guys. If you want to check out the rest of that video, go on and check out the UFC 310 breakdown. What we got right now, we're going to get into some breaking news of Donald Cerrone returning to the UFC, and who other than MMA Joey to give us some details on a particular matter. Apparently, Donald Cerrone is anti-Muslim. Wow, I didn't know that. But let's find out what MMA Joey has to say about this particular topic at hand, okay? So let's get right into it. Get the camera on right here. Get it on and popping. Live on and popping. Let's get it.
Anti-Muslim bigot Donald Cowboy Cerrone has announced his intentions to return to the UFC.
Now listen, that right there is how you start off a video. You accuse somebody of just blatant racism, and then that's it. You know, you just say, hey, Donald Cerrone is an anti-Muslim, and that's how you start the video. All right, let's go and listen to what MMA Joey has to say here.
See, and I know that sounds crazy. That's a crazy opening. But there was a clip that
he even, you know what? I got to be honest with you. This is the first time that I've seen this video. Okay, just giving you full context. This is the first time I've seen this video, and he even acknowledges it, that it's crazy how to start off this video. Let's start off from the very beginning. Let's take it from the top.
Anti-Muslim bigot Donald Cowboy Cerrone has announced his intentions to return to the UFC. And I know that sounds crazy. That's a crazy opening. But there was a clip that surfaced 6 months ago of Donald Cowboy Cerrone bragging about hating Muslims, bragging about his buddy, Mr. Stolen Valor, Tim Kennedy, hating fighters because they're Muslim and because they're from other countries.
I mean, does that really surprise me in any kind of way? Stolen Valor, Tim Kennedy on top of Donald Cerrone, who's really, in my humble opinion, a dumb redneck. Let's just be honest about it, right? He's a dumb redneck of a thing. You know what I mean? Like, Donald Cerrone is not exactly really a smart man. He doesn't really have any sophisticated political opinions. He just regurgitates a lot of his political opinions from, MAGA talking points, and really doesn't know or understand any of it or have any strong beliefs in a particular matter at hand. But anyways.
But Donald Cowboy Cerrone has a long past of being a racist, of being a homophobe, of being xenophobic.
Okay, well, yeah, I don't know about that. Now, look, does Donald Cowboy Cerrone look like the type of guy that would be capable of that? Yeah, absolutely. He does look like a type of guy that would look like that, right? You see these type of dudes with, I don't know, John Deere hats, or I don't know what it is that they wear. You know what I mean, right? You just look at the appearance overall, cowboy boots, cowboy hats, and all of that. He looks the part, but I never really knew this reality for Donald Cerrone in any kind of way, but on any regard.
Of allegedly saying racial slurs as well. And the UFC is just willing to welcome him back with open arms, which doesn't surprise me at all in the least bit, to be quite honest.
But here's the thing about the UFC you have to understand, right? For better or worse, they do allow their guys to speak their mind and say whatever it is that they need to say without the type of repercussions that you would get in the NFL, NHL, and all the other major sports. Now, look, I like that, but if you want to maintain that, you have to be very consistent at the reality of the fact that this is just what you do.
But forget about all that. We got a lot to unpack. We're going to check out a bunch of different clips. But on top of all that, you have a 41-year-old man who's been inactive for 2 years on a steroid vacation, as Jim Miller called it, which we're going to look at that clip as well.
41 years old doesn't really seem that old in context to a lot of other fighters that have returned at some point. But yeah, taking steroids in between that time would probably be very good for Donald Cerrone and would help his recovery and his return. Let's go on and find out what weight class, what particular opponent he has in mind, and maybe even a date that we can get out of this if we can.
Well, he's winless in his last 7, hasn't won a fight in over 6 years. He's been winless since May of 2019, and now he takes a retirement, uses a bunch of PEDs, admittedly, which we're going to look at in this video as well, him openly admitting it on camera, and then we're going to have him return to the UFC at 41 years old. That is absolutely insane. But let's jump right into this because we have a lot to unpack. This dude's a scumbag, and no one else is going to cover it, so I figured, why not? And let me start off by saying this. If you're one of these people who hate when somebody calls out someone for being discriminatory against people of certain religions or certain races or whatever it may be, and you're so offended, unsubscribe. I don't care.
Yeah, listen, shout out to MMA Joey on this one, right? Because here's the thing, right? Look, as a Muslim, I'm not a fan of one particular political party, right? Well, let me just say this. It's not the political party that Donald Cerrone favors. I can say that much. But that other side, I don't favor them at all, right? I think a lot of them are a bunch of crybabies. I think a lot of them are a bunch of wusses and wimps. I think a lot of them just need to cry over anything. And a lot of them virtue signal. This is the mark of a liberal, to be quite honest with you. They are virtue signal artists. But I tell you what, when they do call out racism or when they call out xenophobic, anti-Islamic sentiments and things of that nature, what you get out of that, this is what you get out of that, okay? You get people that say things like, oh, you're being too soft, or you're being a square, or I mean, you're being a snowflake, or this and that. I understand all that, but then, at what point can you really call out the reality of racism? See, everybody tries to shun this whole idea of, anti-wokeness to the point where, nobody wants to call out the real racism, as if like everything is just, fair game and this and that. But again, shout out to MMA Joey for standing on business in this particular regard.
We don't need you here. Anyway, let's start off with this. His last win is May of 2019 against Al Iaquinta. How insane is that? After that, got destroyed by Tony Ferguson. After that, got destroyed by Justin Gaethje and finished. After that, got destroyed by Conor McGregor. Conor McGregor invented shoulder strikes against him. Then he lost to Anthony Pettis. No contest against Nico Price. I think Nico Price got a point deducted for something. Otherwise, Nico Price would have won this fight. Then he grapples. He beats Rafael Dos Anjos in a grappling match.
Wow. Okay. Now that I didn't know. I didn't know that he actually did compete in a grappling match, especially with Rafael Dos Anjos, and then get an armbar on top of that. Hey, I tell you what, that does show Donald Cerrone does have, good grappling by the end of the day, love him or hate him. And look, he's got other grappling matches on top of that as well. He was there with Craig Jones, Joe Selesky, and then prior to that, his last fight obviously was against Alex Morono, which he got finished in the first round. So
loses to Alex Morono, gets stopped by Alex Morono, loses 2 more grappling matches, and then finally loses to Jim Miller in 2022 and finally retires, winless in his last 7 and being finished in 5 of them. So anyway, he's now officially returning, which is straight up insane. Donald Cerrone targets summer UFC return after re-entering drug testing pool. And if you don't believe that, you look up the UFC drug testing pool. You go to UFCantidoping.com/test. 2024, Donald Cerrone 1 test session. So this guy is officially in the testing pool, which is a start. But at the end of the day, I mean, how despicable is it? You can literally fake a retirement, take PEDs, take steroids, and then all of a sudden, okay, I'm good to go. Let me be in the testing pool for a little bit. All those gains that I, earned.
Now, look, here's the thing, right? I sort of understand where MMA Joey is coming from with all of this, but I understand also the anti-Islamic sentiments that he has. I also understand that Donald Cerrone is a dumb redneck to the fullest extent. I understand all that, but this whole entire USADA thing, or stepping out of the testing pool, this is kind of standard. This is what you do. This is what happens when you retire. And quite frankly, I don't know, man. I have a different opinion on performance enhancement drugs. I think that it's over stigmatized. I think that it's also over demonized. But I think there's also a balance that needs to happen in order to have a force of authority in how to handle these things and to set limits where limits need to be set.
Earned over the last 2 years doesn't matter because I'm clean now. Which who knows if he's going to end up testing positive, but the UFC would probably bury this because the UFC drug testing program, and this is a topic for a whole nother video, is completely in-house. It is completely in-house, okay? There's no independent factor at all. They hired the guy that runs the UFC drug testing program. It is 100% in-house. So that's a whole topic for a whole nother video, but he is returning. The UFC has tested him, and he's a UFC Hall of Famer. But it's insane that they're going to welcome this guy back at 41 years old. And here's the clip. I pulled the clip of him on a podcast. He was on I don't even know what this is called. This is the Bet Online AG. But I think it's something about like Pac-Man Jones podcast. I think this is a former NFL player, if I'm not mistaken. But this podcast, I watched about 2 minutes of it. I did not watch it in its entirety. I could not stomach that. This is one of the worst podcasts I've ever seen in my entire life. But let's listen to Donald Cowboy Cerrone being asked about his potential return. Listen to this.
Okay. Back in the octagon.
Yeah, so I just re-entered the testing pool, so I have to be 6 months clean.
Look, I think he was thinking about throwing out an N-word right there. It wouldn't shock me at all. When you're gonna hear
sorry, I muted there for a second. I said, listen, I get it, MMA Joey. Donald Cerrone is what he is. We have our own opinions of him, but come on, bro. You're pushing a little bit. You're kind of reaching there, saying that he's going to use the N-word, right? We don't know about that, but on any regard.
From Aljamain Sterling, we're gonna look at an article from Bobby Green. Would not surprise me if he was ready to throw one of those out there right now. But yeah, he's gonna return.
So yeah, we probably June or July will make the comeback. Coming back for 2 more, just 2 more. I want 50 fights to the UFC. So I promised the wife, no matter what happens, no matter the outcome, 2 more and that's it.
So he's returning for 2 more allegedly. We know that's never how it works. He retired in 2022. MMA retirements never last. He's returning after abusing PEDs and steroids. And if you don't believe me, you know who we can take their word for it? How about Donald Cowboy Cerrone? Listen to this. What have you been up to, Donald Cowboy Cerrone? Oh, I just been using steroids.
Oh, this is bad. This video right here is bad. Now, look, I understand there's some things that MMA Joey is right about here, and then there's also some things that MMA Joey is sort of reaching for, and yeah.
Steroids left and right. Listen to this.
How's retirement been? What have you been up to? You're looking a little bit bigger than the last time we saw you.
Yeah, man, I got my hair done, so the hair's growing in. Got on steroids, so I couldn't come back if I wanted to right now. I feel good, man. I'm healthy.
So got on steroids, couldn't come back if I wanted to right now.
Look, here's the thing, right? Even Tom Aspinall himself, who is anti-drug cheat, and by the way, goes and slags John Jones for being such, man, I gotta tell you, he even flat out said himself, hey, if I'm retiring, I'm going to go and take steroids because it's just what you do when you are an older gentleman and you want a higher quality of life, especially if you're used to being a high impact athlete and you want to maintain that all throughout your older age and whatnot, right? So, yeah.
So this guy is abusing PEDs, took a PED vacation, and is now going to return that he feels great now. I feel jacked. I feel strong. I'm healed up. Now I'm going to return. I'll test for a little bit. I'll return. Hopefully I can win with some of those advantages I gained from PEDs. And this isn't, again, this isn't even the brink, the tip of the iceberg just yet. Okay. The clip in the interview from 6 months ago where he's just bragging, literally bragging about hating Muslims is insane to the point.
So obviously this is the part that I didn't hear, but I'd like to see where MMA Joey is going with this because, to be honest with you, like I said, right, I've known Donald Cerrone to be just nothing more than ignorant redneck from Albuquerque, New Mexico. But other than that, I never really knew of him to hate Muslims in any kind of way. So let's find out what kind of information they got on this matter.
I don't think they ever released the full interview. I could never find the full interview, but luckily I saved it. We can take a look at it in a little bit. Next clip I want to show you. This is from his official YouTube channel, okay? This is from 2023, and this is literally a 2-minute ad for using PEDs and having PEDs delivered to your door. I'm just going to listen to some of it. Listen to this. This is the very, very beginning. I'm at 000. Okay, this is the beginning of the video.
So after the UFC, I said, I'm coming back, Swole Nation. So you can buy a TRT and testosterone replacement, Walmart, pretty much anywhere nowadays, online, but you don't know what you're getting.
You don't know what you're getting. So what can you do? Let me advertise this company that you can order it to your door. You can order, he's literally advertising PED delivery services.
You don't know.
And to keep in mind, a lot of people that do take these things, right, obviously are not athletes, or not MMA fighters or boxers for the most part. But if you are, obviously there's controversy in using such substance. But if you're not, then who are you really hurting, right? And that kind of goes into the same argument with Lance Armstrong, right? Who did he really hurt by riding a bike, other than other people that are competing on riding bikes as well and just trying to get from point A to point B faster than the other guy on a bike? But who are they really hurting by the end of the day, right? So that's sort of my stance on the roids. And then the other stance of it is, hey, look, it's not a guarantee that steroids or anti-steroids are going to make the sport safer. It's the most unsafe sport in the world, and I don't know how you can potentially make it any safer.
Know the correct amount to take. The guy at the gym and the guy standing behind Walmart, yeah, they can sell you pretty much anything nowadays, but getting the right stuff to the levels
to meet your goals, you need a professional.
I mean, do we need to watch anymore? That's only 30 seconds. This is a 2-minute ad of him advertising a company that can deliver PEDs to your door. Okay. Next clip we're going to take a look at. This is Jim Miller talking about. He's asked about, this was, a couple months ago or a month ago, was asked about the return of Donald Cowboy Cerrone, the guy who has not won a fight since early 2019. The guy who's winless in his last 7 and has been finished in 5 of those 7, who is 41 years old. Okay. What does Jim Miller think about it? Let's listen. Jim Miller's the last guy that fought Donald Cowboy Cerrone and beat him up and finished him.
If they want him to get punched in the head again, then, hey, do your thing. Right. So, I'm not a very big fan of the whole like steroid vacation thing.
I'm not.
That's a new word for me right there. Steroid vacation. And guess what? Steroid vacation can only be referenced in the world of MMA, right? Because if you say steroid vacation in a normal civilian world, well, what exactly does that mean? Does that mean that you're going to a place that has a high amounts of steroid consumption or the availability of it of some sort? But in this particular case, it's the only type of sentence that makes sense, or the type of expression that makes sense in the world of MMA and boxing. And that word is steroid vacation.
Not a very big fan of the steroid vacation. We're going to play that one more time because it's crazy that this loophole was basically even available. This is exactly what Conor McGregor did as well.
I'm not a very big fan of the whole like steroid vacation thing. like what are we doing?
So there you have it. You retire so you can get out of the drug testing pool. You inject yourself with PEDs, and then you return still having the benefits of the steroid abuse you did while you were in quote unquote retirement. Okay. So Jim Miller calls it out there. Now let's move on to some of the other things, because this has been going on for years with Cowboy Cerrone. There's always some type of allegation about Cowboy Cerrone, and to steal a line from Dan Hooker, where there's smoke, there's fire. When multiple people allege something and these people aren't even connected, and they're saying similar things about the same guy, and they're not just saying they heard, I heard through the grapevine this or that. They're saying, I witnessed this, I experienced this. It's most likely true. And here's Aljamain Sterling. You can see how young he was at this point. This was a while ago. Saying, look, Donald Cowboy Cerrone called me the N-word, essentially. Listen.
Oh, wow. Okay. I do remember this. I can't believe this is surfacing right now. But yeah, I do remember this story vividly. And then it just never really stuck in my brain. And I think with good reason. I think it didn't stuck to a lot of people's brains, because here's the thing, right? I'm telling you right now, positivity is a weapon. And I'm not this negative guy that's trying to be anti-positivity or this and that. I just think that using positivity can really help make a lot of people forget the negative things and those negative things that need to be addressed. This is one of those situations. See, they wanted to forget about all this because they think of Donald Cerrone as this wholesome guy. Oh, yeah, he's base or this and that. He's so base. Whatever. Let's see what we have to say back then with Aljamain Sterling.
So you can make the judgment for yourself, but that's what I took from this, and that's what everyone took from it at the time.
Talk about it. I don't know Donald Cerrone.
Yeah.
Donald Cerrone came up to me.
Want the effects of Viagra, but faster? Meet Rose Sparks. They contain
Drinking. He made a comment about my chain. Okay, haha, cool. I understand the chain's not real. It's a joke. It's the persona. It's my character is the Funk Master. Okay, I get it. So we go to the bathroom. He makes another comment.
Oh.
And he actually says something inappropriate. And for me, I wasn't gonna just let him slide and just say that, because one, I don't know you.
Yeah.
I mean, we all know what he was talking about there, but there's more.
One of my boys from my town, you ain't gonna say no words like that and talk to me like that and make me feel a little uncomfortable. And see, I get it, if his boys, he talks to his boys like that, that's cool. But we're not boys. So for you to come out of your face and say something like that, it's kind of weird for you to feel that.
So I want to ask the question on this particular matter at hand, right? Did Donald Cerrone say the N-word with the R on the end or with an A in the end, right? Because obviously there is some significance to this. Now, look, here's the thing. I sort of agree with what Aljamain Sterling is talking about, right? I've talked about this extensively before when I mentioned a rapper, Stupid Young from Long Beach, Asian, Cambodian, Asian boy Crip rapper, Stupid Young, who uses the N-word, right? And nobody gives him any flack for it, because guess what? He lives in Long Beach, has a lot of black homies that allows him to say that. But obviously, there's a lot of white guys out there too that are from the hood that are allowed to say that. Now, is this the same context, or did he really say it in a word of an ER? My assumption is maybe Donald Cerrone said it with an A in the end as a term of endearment, because if he said it with an R, it would have been a bigger commotion than this, right? And that's kind of the thing, right? Like, either way, it's not a good word to use. I don't use it, even though it may be or maybe not appropriate for me to say. I'm just not going to say it either way, because as a Muslim, one of the things you have to do is perfect your speech either way. But here we go.
That comfortable with somebody who you've never actually hung out with, never actually even had a conversation with or anything. So I felt a little uncomfortable that he felt that that was okay. So I called him out on it. And later throughout the night, it just kept getting heated. And then one of his boys, I called him out on it. I was like, you allow him to talk like that around you? And he was just kind of like, oh, man, man. And I was just like, all right.
So anyway, there you have Aljamain Sterling saying Cowboy Cerrone was calling him the N-word, okay? I mean, people could say, Joey, that's not what he was saying. That's what he was saying. He was saying Cowboy was saying this. I wasn't comfortable with it because I don't know him. Why is he calling me that? And, I called him out on it. This was a while ago. Fair enough. We're gonna look at some more recent examples. But also, this was a while ago. We're going to check out what Bobby Green had to say. He just said some racist stuff, Green said. He said stuff like random racist stuff like, quote, we got to check him. We got to check him. Black people like to steal. I'm like, what the? And I'm getting hot in front of thousands of people. All these people are here for the signing, and they're going, oh. And then, so he's saying racist stuff to Bobby Green. There was more to this. I tried to find the original MMA Hour where he said all this. Could not find it. It was deleted, it seemed. I searched for like 30 minutes trying to find it. It seems it was deleted. But also, he said this. He was out groping every woman in his line to do his signing, Green said. He was groping these women. They got husbands. They got fiancés. They got boyfriends. I'm like, that's messed up, man. Just because this guy's a nerd and he can't do anything to you, you're going to do this to him. Anyway, it goes on a little bit more. You know what's funny? I can actually give some firsthand knowledge to this. This didn't happen to me. Okay, I was there with my girlfriend at the time. I was at this event. I actually met Donald Cowboy Cerrone at this event. And when I saw him, he was already a bit drunk. So I actually have no doubt that he was probably doing this, okay, because he was drunk there. So,
but I mean, that's the thing about it, right? A lot of these guys are just alcohol induced, and they blame a lot of their ill behavior on alcohol. And many of these guys, they don't have the balls to act like that without alcohol. But Donald Cerrone's drunk all the time. So you just imagine what kind of guy he is when all of these things go down. And look, man, in the whole Conor McGregor fight that he did, right? Everybody was talking about, how Conor is a horrible person or this and that. Well, I got to tell you, man, there's a reason why Donald Cerrone never pressed on him for any of those things during the press conferences, the pre-fight rituals and all that. He never mentioned any of these things because guess what, man? Sometimes scumbags sort of defend each other like that.
Bobby Green calling him out for saying racist stuff, calling him out for groping women would not shock me at all because he was there drunk. Next thing we're going to take a look at, and we're just going through this rapid fire. I don't want to make this a 40-minute video, but right here, you have Donald Cowboy Cerrone calling Daniel Cormier a homophobic slur. And I know people are going to say, Joey, why are you so soft? We'll get to that in a second. Let's listen.
Well, all right. I kind of agree with that, right? If you're saying the word that I think you're saying, and if it's an F word, and I'm not talking about the FU word or anything like that, I don't know, man. It's not something that would, vehemently offend me in any kind of way. But let's see what he's talking about here.
Listen to this.
Boy, DC, I saw terrible. What? Terrible. What?
Attention retirees, if you're willing to be at your computer from 9 a.m. to 10:45 a.m. on most weekdays.
How are you going to give up weight and then fight like a fag, man? You wait a second.
So again, we'll play it one more time for you boys. He's talking about, I forgot what fight he was talking about. This was a while ago as well, but listen to this.
Terrible. What? How are you going to give up weight and then fight like a fag, man? You wait a second.
And then we'll listen to a little bit of Cormier.
Has he lost his mind? I mean, what is this guy talking about? Donald Cerrone? Who made you the person? Like, on what ground does he stand on? to be able to say something like that to someone like me. He can tell me stuff. If he had a problem with the way that I performed, he could have told me in the back that day, DC, that wasn't a very good fight, man. I didn't like.
And it's crazy because DC could make Cowboy his bitch, could make him his bitch, but instead, Cowboy.
Well, MMA Joey, that's primarily the reason why he's not going to say that to him, right? But that's neither here or there.
Cerrone has to. Oh, he's so big and bad. He's gotta call DC a homophobic slur. And what bothers me about this, I'm not really offended by any of this. I think these people deserve to be called out. But what bothers me is people champion and cheerlead this type of behavior. Like, oh, they said a homophobic slur. Oh my God, yes, I love them so much. Like, it's so completely and utterly bizarre to me. I mean, think about Manel Kopp. Manel Kopp has never beat an elite level fighter. He's a pullout merchant. He pulled out more in 2024, in the first quarter of 2024. I think he pulled out the same amount of times Khamzat Chimaev has in his entire career. He has been busted for PEDs. So you got all those things combined, and somehow he has some type of fan base at flyweight just because of the fact that he said a homophobic slur on the mic. Oh my God, it's so badass. He's such a badass. And Cowboy Cerrone, all these things may have been a while ago, but Donald Cerrone has kind of been out of the limelight a bit. But about 6 months ago, he did some type of interview. I don't know what interview this was. This clip was originally posted by MMA Mania. They never posted the entire interview, so I could not find that. But this is the worst thing, okay? He goes on camera. Matt, I literally can't even fathom this. He goes on camera to brag about hating Muslim fighters and hating fighters.
Okay, so this is where I'm really interested in this particular story, right? Is there any traction to this in any kind of way? We're going to find out. Let's see what MMA Joey has to say about this.
From other countries. He's bragging about his boy Tim Kennedy taking, doing malicious stuff to them because they are Muslim or because they are from other countries, and literally says, I hate them. I hate them, Tim.
A lot. My favorite thing about Tim Kennedy is he's like as American as apple pie. So we're at Jackson's and any of the Russian Muslim fighters would come in. Oh, Timmy would take it upon himself to just take down, smother, and absolutely destroy these dudes. And they were always bigger than I. They're the smaller. I don't know if ISIS cleared them yet or if the United States cleared them to come over into America just yet.
So old Timmy boy would do horrible.
Yeah, so this is a thing about all these, super American tough guys or whatever, right? They like to say, oh, that's base, oh, that's great, or this and that, oh, you said something about Muslim, oh, that's great on you, ha. That's how they operate. They operate in this, very childish, petulant way and whatnot.
Horrible things to fighters just because they are Muslim and because they are from other countries. And believe me, there's more to this clip. It gets worse. It gets worse. He doesn't just stop there. Imagine bragging about. That's what's so crazy. I've said this before with other things that have come out, not about Cowboy Cerrone, but just in general. If these are the types of things they're saying in front of cameras, what is he saying behind closed doors? I would love to know. But let's continue on with this clip.
I'm not real sure on that, but they weren't here. But I'd be sitting there like, yeah, get him, Tim. I got a radio controller. He would just annihilate him, and I loved it. And he would smile and laugh and just rub their face in the mat, like I could just do malicious shit. And I'm like, fuck yeah, Tim, that's what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, get them, they're Muslim. Get them, they're Muslim.
That's what I mean, right? Again, a petty, petulant, childish behavior at its best.
Freedom of speech, brother. Freedom of speech.
And then you come back and be like, fucking, I hate him. I'm like, yeah, me too. I hate him, but there's nothing I can do. I'm 155 pounds. That dude's 200 pounds. And you just destroyed him.
Think about that. Think about the ending to that clip. Think about how insane this is to be doing a sit-down on-camera interview and say something like this. And he's bragging.
Fucking, I hate him. I'm like, yeah, me too. I hate him, but there's nothing I can do. I'm 155 pounds. That dude's 200 pounds. And you just destroyed him.
You know what we need to do? We need to book Donald Cowboy Cerrone's return in 2025 against an undefeated Muslim prospect. And we need to show him this video beforehand.
I actually like that idea. That's actually quite a good idea for Donald Cerrone to get into a fight like that. That would be absolutely great, honestly. But who at that weight class would be able to do that? Let's see. Shafkat's not in his rank. Kamzat, not in his rank. A lot of these guys are not in any of their ranks, so we'd have to look, right? You know what I mean? But there is somebody out there, an upcoming guy. That's a good idea, MMA Joey. I like that.
Because this is just despicable behavior. Imagine talking like this. Imagine singling someone out at your gym where you're supposed to have some type of borderline friendships. And I understand, okay, maybe somebody just started, but you're going to go out of your way to, don't take my word for it, but take Donald Cowboy Cerrone's word for it. Do malicious stuff. Let's listen one more time.
On that, but they weren't here. But I'd be sitting over like, yeah, get him, Tim. I got a video controller. He would just
like, yeah, get him, Tim. Get him, Tim. What an idiot.
Just annihilate him, and I loved it. And he would smile and laugh.
And by the way, we're talking about practice. In the famous words of Allen Iverson, man, we're talking about practice, dog.
Just rub their face in the mat. Like, I just do malicious shit. And I'm like, fuck yeah, Tim. That's what I'm talking about.
On January 1st, we're starting a 4-week chair workout challenge for beginners over 50.
That's what I'm talking about. That line really bothered me. I want to jump through the screen right there. That's what I'm talking about, Tim. By the way, Tim Kennedy, I have to do more research. I may do an entire video on this. Tim Kennedy, I knew this for years. I could smell it on Tim Kennedy. Tim Kennedy is a Army veteran who's been bragging and embellishing stories and lying about medals for stolen valor, and he was recently exposed badly. I might make a dedicated video on that.
I mean, look, that doesn't surprise me one bit, right? Look, for what I know and from what I've seen from a lot of special forces guys, Tim Kennedy is an exception and is a unique case, right? Well, what do I mean by that? See, a lot of special forces guys and anybody that's ever made a military career on that level, many of these guys live in secret. They live in a very covert matter. They're not really out there like that to any degree. They're not really out there pushing any lines or doing anything controversial or trying to stand out in any way. When I look at Tim, he looks like an absolute Hollywood special forces type of guy, right? Like, I'm talking about the quintessential stereotype of what you see out of a special forces guys in a movie that would be unrealistic in real life. In other words, braggadocious, very much out there. He comes across as more of an actor than an actual real SF guy. Now, obviously, he's a real SF guy. He's earned that. That's not something that you can take away from him. But I'm just saying this is an observation on his behavior in comparison to other people that are in that field.
But that's the guy he's bragging about. He's bragging about Tim Kennedy hating people because they're Muslim, hating people because they're from other countries, and doing malicious stuff to them. And Donald Cowboy Cerrone couldn't dare do that because he was too small. He couldn't bully. I know.
Well, that kind of coincides with everything that Donald Cerrone was doing earlier, right? When he would do those things knowing that those other guys can't do anything to him. Looks like he's trying to avoid karma in some kind of way.
There's going to be comments on this video saying, Joey, you're so soft. You're such a beta soy boy. You're so this and that.
Yeah, look, so that's the thing about that, right? Every time somebody calls out any form of racism to any degree, it is somehow deemed like a snowflake or this and that. And again, I told you guys, there's a lot of things that I find very snowflake-ish about the liberal left and things of that nature, but it doesn't mean that when somebody calls out racism for the blatant actions of what it is, it doesn't mean that it's being soft or anything like that. It just means that you don't like their worldview and you want to impose your own worldview rather than trying to understand an objective point of view in that particular matter at hand. So
imagine bragging about physically bullying people and doing malicious things to them because of their religion. That is completely and utterly insane to even do, let alone go on camera and brag about it. By the way, this clip may be hard to find. I will link the unlisted clip down in the description if anyone wants to check it out. I'll list all the videos that I used in this video down in the description as well, because nobody's going to talk about this. Nobody else is going to talk about it. MMA content creators, media, they're going to be too worried. Oh no, the fans are going to get behind Cowboy. They're going to hate me for pointing this out. I'm just pointing this out. Disgusting behavior.
Yeah, good. That's the way that it should be by the end of the day. Well, anyways, man, that is all that I have for you on this one. You want to check out the rest of that. Obviously, there's just 20 seconds left of that video. But on any regard, this has been a great stream. This has been a great video that I have made for you guys. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you guys in the next content, inshallah.